Let's take a deep breath, relax, and slowly explore the story of coffee. There is a forest high in the mountains of southwestern Ethiopia, where the air is cool and damp and the light filters softly through the canopy of towering trees. If you were to stand there, perhaps 1,600 meters above sea level, you would see moss hanging from the branches, ferns crowding the forest floor, and tucked beneath the shade of those great trees, an unremarkable little shrub with dark, glossy leaves and clusters of small red berries clinging to its branches. Nobody planted it there. Nobody tended it or watered it or gave it a name. That small, quiet plant has been growing wild in those forests for hundreds of thousands of years. And yet, from this humble beginning, from a shrub that nobody cultivated, came the most widely consumed drink on earth after water. A drink that fueled revolutions, built empires, bankrupted nations, and changed the way human beings think. This is where the story of coffee begins. Not in a factory, not in a cafe, not in a laboratory. It begins in a forest in the green highlands of Ethiopia, in a region called Kaffa, which very likely gave coffee its name. To this day, Kaffa remains one of the very few places on Earth where coffee still grows wild, untouched by human agriculture. The genetic variety found in these wild plants is 2 to 3 times greater than anything found in the cultivated coffee that fills your cup each morning. Every single cup of the most common type of coffee, grown anywhere from Brazil to Indonesia, traces its ancestry back to these Ethiopian forests. And here is a lovely detail worth knowing. Ethiopia is not the only birthplace. Across the border, on the Boma Plateau in South Sudan, scientists have found wild coffee populations that are genetically distinct from their Ethiopian relatives. A study confirmed South Sudan as an independent center of origin, which means coffee has not one homeland but 2, and most of that ancient genetic richness has never been studied by science. Now, the question of when people first discovered coffee is much harder to answer than the question of where. There are no ancient pots with coffee residue, no cave paintings of people drinking dark liquid. The earliest written references to coffee appear only in the 1500s. But the people who have lived alongside this plant for thousands of years carry traditions that reach much further back than any written record. The Oromo people, who are the largest group in Ethiopia and have called these highlands home for many centuries, may hold the oldest surviving coffee tradition on Earth. For the Oromo, coffee is not simply something you drink. It is sacred, woven into the spiritual fabric of daily life. There is a ceremony, a ritual in which a married woman bites open ripe coffee cherries and simmers them in clarified butter. The preparation is then shared among family and neighbors, never consumed alone, as a symbol of community and blessing. The Oromo believe that the first coffee plants sprouted from the tears of their supreme deity, and so every cherry carries within it something of the divine. Can you picture that for a moment? A family gathered together, sharing a bowl of coffee prepared not as a drink, but as a food, a sacred food, with prayers and greetings and the honoring of elders. This is how coffee was experienced long before anyone thought to brew it in hot water. And then there is the legend. You may have heard it before, the story of a young Ethiopian goat herd who noticed that his goats became unusually frisky after eating bright red berries from a certain wild bush. Curious, the boy tried the berries himself and felt a surge of energy he had never known. He brought the berries to a local monk, who realized that boiling them in water produced a drink that could keep him awake through long hours of evening prayer. Word spread, and the knowledge of coffee began its journey outward from the Ethiopian highlands. It is a charming story, but it is almost certainly a later invention. The goat herd is unnamed in the earliest known version of the tale, which comes from a manuscript written in the 1600s. The name that most people know, the name that adorns the walls of coffee shops from Seattle to Shanghai, was popularized by a writer in the early 1900s. Like many origin stories, this one tells us less about the real history of coffee and more about our need for a neat and tidy beginning. What we can say with more confidence is that the people of the Ethiopian highlands consumed coffee in several forms long before it became a brewed beverage. The Oromo tradition of preparing coffee cherries with butter is likely one of the oldest forms. Others would chew the raw leaves for their mild stimulating effect, or crush the dried cherries into a paste mixed with animal fat to make a portable, energy-rich food for long journeys. Coffee was valued first, not as a drink but as a food, a source of strength for herders, travelers, and people working hard across the rugged terrain. The plant itself is quietly remarkable. It arose from a natural mixing of two older species, an event that probably happened somewhere between 10,000 and 100,000 years ago in the forests of East Africa. This mixed origin helps explain why cultivated coffee has a relatively narrow range of genetic variation and why it is particularly vulnerable to certain diseases, a vulnerability that would cause enormous suffering many centuries later on the other side of the world. Coffee thrives in very specific conditions. It prefers moderate elevations, mild temperatures, plenty of rainfall, and rich volcanic soil. The cloud forests of southwestern Ethiopia provide all of these things naturally. Under the shade of the canopy, the plants grow slowly, producing cherries that develop gradually and build up the complex flavors that coffee is prized for today. And here, perhaps, is the deepest irony in the story of coffee. The most consumed drink on Earth after water, the economic foundation of dozens of nations, the subject of a global industry worth hundreds of billions of dollars, began as a wild shrub in an Ethiopian forest. And those very forests, the cradle of coffee's existence, are today under threat from deforestation, farming expansion, and the changing climate that coffee itself, through the energy demands of its global supply chain, has helped to accelerate. But in the beginning, before any of that, there was simply a forest, a plant, and the people who lived alongside it. Somewhere in those misty Ethiopian highlands, thousands of years ago, someone picked a coffee cherry, bit into it, and tasted something that would slowly, quietly change the world. Sometime in the early 1400s, a small vessel crossed a narrow stretch of water where the Red Sea meets the Gulf of Aden. The strait is called the Gate of Tears, a name that hints at the dangers of its currents and its winds. Perhaps it was a merchant ship carrying the usual cargo of spices and hides. Perhaps it was a pilgrim returning from the Ethiopian highlands. We do not know the name of the ship or the name of the person who carried the cargo that matters most to our story, but somewhere among the bundles of goods, there were coffee seeds, living seeds capable of growing into new plants, smuggled or traded across the water to a new home. That crossing would alter the course of human civilization. Yemen sits on the southwestern corner of the Arabian Peninsula, and its western highlands rise steeply from the seacoast to elevations above 2,000 meters. Over centuries, skilled farmers had carved terraces into the mountainsides, creating a landscape of stepped fields that looked like a great green staircase climbing toward the sky. The climate up there, cool temperatures, good rainfall, and volcanic soil, was remarkably similar to the Ethiopian forests where coffee had evolved. The transplanted seeds took hold and flourished, and the Yemeni farmers who received them began what would become the first deliberate, organized cultivation of coffee as an agricultural crop. But it was not the farmers who made coffee famous. It was the mystics. The earliest reliable written evidence of coffee drinking dates to the mid-1400s, and it places coffee firmly in the hands of Yemen's Sufi communities. The Sufis are the mystical branch of Islam, spiritual seekers who practice disciplines aimed at experiencing the presence of God directly. Central to their practice is a form of devotion involving the rhythmic chanting of sacred phrases, often performed together in sessions that could last many hours, sometimes through the entire night. For the Sufis, staying awake was not simply a practical matter. It was a spiritual duty. To fall asleep during prayer was to fall away from God. And coffee, with its remarkable power to banish drowsiness and sharpen the mind, must have seemed like a gift sent from heaven itself. Imagine those gatherings. In the candle-lit chambers of mountain lodges scattered across the Yemeni highlands, groups of men would sit together in the flickering light, chanting and praying, passing around cups of a dark, bitter liquid that kept their eyes open and their hearts alert. Coffee was not merely a stimulant in those rooms. It became something close to a sacrament, a drink that symbolized wakefulness of the spirit and resistance to what the Sufis called the sleep of heedlessness, the spiritual numbness that separates the soul from awareness of the divine. The Arabic word for this drink was borrowed from an older word for wine. Just as wine was the drink of worldly pleasure, coffee became the drink of spiritual clarity, the wine of Islam, a drink that sharpened rather than dulled the mind. Several figures are credited with popularizing coffee among the Sufis, though the details are hazy and blurred by legend. One tale speaks of a man exiled to a cave in the desert near the port of Mocha who survived by boiling and drinking coffee cherries he found growing nearby. Another tells of a traveler who observed the practice in Ethiopia and brought the knowledge back to Yemen. These stories are difficult to confirm, but they reflect a consistent truth. Coffee and Sufi spirituality were deeply intertwined from the very beginning, and what the Yemenis did with coffee was truly transformative. They developed the techniques of roasting and brewing that turned the raw coffee cherry into the aromatic, bittersweet drink we recognize today. Think about what that involved. Removing the fruit flesh, drying the seeds, roasting them over an open fire, grinding the roasted seeds, and then steeping the grounds in hot water. Each of these steps was an innovation, and together they created something entirely new. The Ethiopian Oromo had consumed coffee as a food, chewing the cherries or mixing them with butter. The Yemeni Sufis turned coffee into a drink, and in doing so, they created the form that would eventually conquer the world. As coffee's reputation grew, it flowed downhill from the highland terraces to the coastal ports. The most important of these was a small city called Mocha, sitting on the Red Sea coast. Mocha would become so closely linked with coffee that its name lives on in our language today. The beans did not grow in Mocha itself. They were carried down from the mountain farms and loaded onto ships, then sent out to the wider world. For roughly 150 years, from the early 1500s through the late 1600s, Mocha was the only place on Earth where you could buy coffee for export. Every single coffee bean that reached Cairo, Istanbul, Damascus, or eventually Venice passed through this small Yemeni port. The Yemeni authorities understood precisely what they had. They guarded their monopoly with care, allowing only beans that had been dried and processed, made incapable of sprouting, to leave the country. Living seeds and fertile plants were forbidden exports. The Yemenis knew, with remarkable foresight, that if coffee could be grown successfully somewhere else, their wealth and their power would be gone. For generations, this strategy worked. Yemen controlled the world's entire supply of coffee, and the port of Mocha grew rich on the proceeds. The legacy of this period is woven into the very language of coffee. The word mocha, which today makes most people think of chocolate-flavored coffee drinks, originally meant simply coffee from Yemen, shipped through the port of Mocha. The Italian stovetop brewer invented in the 1930s takes its name from the same source, and the Arabic word for the drink traveled along trade routes and through languages, becoming one word in Turkish, another in Dutch, another in French, and coffee in English. Every time anyone in the world uses one of these words, they are echoing, however faintly, the Sufi mystics of 15th century Yemen who gathered in their mountain lodges to drink a dark, bitter liquid that kept them awake in the presence of God. And so the story of coffee in Yemen is really the story of a plant finding its purpose. In Ethiopia, coffee was wild, consumed in passing by the people of the highlands. In Yemen, it became a cultivated crop, a brewed drink, a spiritual companion, and a treasure of enormous value. Without Yemen, coffee might have remained an obscure forest plant known only to a few. Instead, it crossed the Red Sea and began a journey that would touch every continent on Earth. In the year 1511, in the holy city of Mecca, a man sat in judgment over a cup of coffee. His name was Ka'ir Beg, and he was the market inspector, a man responsible for maintaining order and public morals in the most sacred city in Islam. He had watched with growing alarm as coffee houses spread through the city, places where men gathered late into the night, talking, arguing, playing games, and drinking this peculiar dark liquid that seemed to give them an almost unsettling energy. He was convinced that coffee was an intoxicant, that it altered the mind in ways similar to wine or other forbidden substances, and so he assembled a council of scholars, doctors, and judges to decide the fate of this new drink. 2 physicians testified that coffee was harmful to health. 2 witnesses swore under oath that drinking it had produced effects similar to drunkenness. Kahir Beg, satisfied with what he had heard, issued a sweeping ban. Coffee houses were shut down. Coffee beans were seized and burned in public. Anyone caught drinking the stuff faced punishment. But the ban did not last. When news of it reached the Sultan of Egypt in Cairo, a man who happened to enjoy coffee very much, the order was quickly reversed. Kahir Beg was overruled, and the coffee houses reopened their doors. It was a pattern that would repeat itself again and again across the Islamic world for the next 100 years. A local authority would ban coffee, citing religious or political concerns, and the ban would be overturned by a higher power or simply ignored by a population that had fallen completely and irreversibly in love with the drink. The spread of coffee through the Islamic world during the 1400s and 1500s was one of the great cultural events of the medieval period. Coffee reached Cairo around 1510, brought by Yemeni students studying at the great university there. It arrived in Damascus and Aleppo by the 1530s and in Istanbul by the 1550s. Within just a few decades, coffee went from being a regional Yemeni specialty to the defining drink of the entire Ottoman Empire and the wider Islamic world. Why did it spread so quickly? The answer lies in something unique about Islamic culture. The prohibition on alcohol had left a gap in social life. In Christian Europe, the tavern and the alehouse were the main places for public gathering outside the home and the church. In the Islamic world, no similar space existed because alcohol was forbidden. Coffee filled that gap perfectly. It was stimulating but not intoxicating. It could be drunk publicly in dedicated social spaces without violating religious law. It was, in the most literal sense, the wine of the sober. But the question of whether coffee was truly permitted under Islamic law was genuinely complicated. The central debate was whether coffee counted as an intoxicant, which would put it in the same forbidden category as wine. Those who opposed coffee argued that it altered the mind, produced a state of heightened excitement, and led to behaviors associated with drunkenness. Those who defended it countered that coffee did not impair judgment, did not produce actual drunkenness, and in fact enhanced the mental clarity needed for worship and study. The debate engaged scholars from every major school of Islamic law and produced a rich body of legal writing that historians still study today. And here is a detail worth pausing on. The very word for coffee in Arabic was borrowed from an older word for wine, perhaps because of the drink's dark color, perhaps because it was consumed in social settings that resembled the drinking gatherings of an earlier era, or perhaps as a deliberate tactic by those who wished to link coffee with forbidden things. The scholarly opinion eventually settled in coffee's favor. In 1524, the Ottoman Sultan Suleiman effectively ended the debate by ordering that coffee be permitted throughout the empire. From that point forward, While individual cities and rulers would occasionally try to restrict coffee, the general trend was toward acceptance and enthusiastic consumption. But here is something worth knowing. The religious controversy was always, at least partly, a political controversy. The people who wanted to ban coffee were often motivated less by genuine concern about theology and more by anxiety about what was happening inside the coffee houses. These new gathering places were difficult to control. Men from different social classes mixed freely, exchanging news, opinions, and complaints. Poems that mocked those in power were recited aloud. Political grievances were openly discussed. In Mecca, Khair Beg's real fear was likely not that coffee itself was sinful, but that the coffee houses were breeding grounds for opposition to his authority. This pattern of those in power trying to suppress coffee, not because of the drink, but because of the conversations it encouraged, would prove remarkably lasting. In Cairo, coffee houses and the warehouses storing coffee were ransacked. Yet every time a ban was imposed, it was eventually lifted, and the coffee houses came back more popular than before. The religious scholars who had once opposed coffee eventually joined the coffee drinkers themselves, and the coffee houses came to be known by a rather telling name, the schools of the wise. By the end of the 1500s, coffee was woven into the daily fabric of the Islamic world. It was served in homes, in markets, in mosques, and in the hundreds of dedicated coffee houses that had sprung up in every major city from Morocco to Persia. The Sufi mystics who had first embraced coffee as a spiritual aid had given way to a much broader population of drinkers that included merchants, scholars, laborers, soldiers, and kings. The Islamic world's relationship with coffee was complete, and the dark, bitter drink from Yemen had become as essential to daily life as bread and water. What the Islamic world had created was not merely a new beverage, it was a new form of public life. The coffee house, born in the cities of the Arab world and the Ottoman Empire, was a social invention as significant as coffee itself. A space for gathering, thinking, debating, and creating that had no real precedent in human history. And as European travelers and merchants began to visit these lands and encounter these remarkable institutions, they would carry the idea back to their own countries, where it would spark a revolution of its own. In the holy city of Mecca, sometime in the late 1400s, a new kind of space appeared in the streets. It was not a mosque, though conversation there sometimes turned to matters of faith. It was not a market, though a kind of commerce took place within its walls. It was not a private home, though the feeling inside could be surprisingly warm and intimate. It was a coffee house, one of the first in the world, and it represented something genuinely new in human social life. A public space built entirely around a drink that did not make you drunk, open to men of all backgrounds, where the price of entry was nothing more than the cost of a single cup of coffee. These establishments spread with astonishing speed through the cities of the Arab world and the Ottoman Empire. In Cairo, coffee houses appeared in the early 1500s, brought by Yemeni students who had carried the habit with them from the highlands. In Damascus, the earliest documented cafe was built near the Great Mosque around 1572. In Aleppo, in Baghdad, across North Africa, coffee houses multiplied as though they were filling a need that people had felt but never been able to name. The most dramatic transformation happened in Istanbul, the capital of the Ottoman Empire. According to a contemporary writer, coffee arrived there in 1554 when two merchants from Aleppo and Damascus opened the first coffee house in a busy commercial district near the center of the city. The establishment was an immediate sensation. Within 15 years, there were over 600 coffee houses in Istanbul. By the end of the 1800s, that number had grown to nearly 2,500. What made these spaces so compelling? To understand their appeal, you have to imagine the daily life of someone living in a large Islamic city in the 1500s. Social life was structured along lines of family, profession, and religion. The mosque was for worship, not for casual conversation. The marketplace was for buying and selling, not for lingering. The home was private, reserved for family. There was no place quite like the European tavern where people of different backgrounds could gather simply to talk and pass the time. The coffee house created exactly this kind of space, and it did so in an atmosphere of complete sobriety. The conversations that took place over coffee had a quality very different from the noisy fellowship of an alehouse, and the activities that filled these coffee houses were remarkably varied. In Ottoman Istanbul, visitors gathered to drink coffee, exchange news, listen to poets, hear professional storytellers deliver elaborate tales that could last for hours, watch shadow puppet performances, and argue passionately about politics, philosophy, literature, and religion. Board games were everywhere. In Cairo, musicians played. In Damascus, religious scholars gave informal talks. The coffee houses became, in a phrase that appears again and again in the accounts of the time, schools of the wise, places where ordinary people could be exposed to ideas and information that had previously been available only to the educated few. Can you picture that scene? A crowded room, perhaps with cushions arranged along the walls and a low table in the center. The smell of freshly brewed coffee filling the air. A storyteller standing before a rapt audience, using nothing but his voice and perhaps a simple chair, spinning a tale about kings and heroes and lovers. Nearby, two men bent over a chessboard, oblivious to the world. In the corner, a heated debate about the nature of God. This was the coffee house in its earliest form, and it was unlike anything the world had seen before. The openness of these spaces was both their greatest strength and their greatest threat to those in power. In the coffee house, a merchant could sit beside a laborer, a scholar beside a soldier. Social boundaries did not disappear, but they softened, and the conversation that flowed over steaming cups frequently turned to matters that rulers would rather not have heard discussed in public. In Istanbul, the coffee houses served as gathering places where people from all walks of life could voice their opinions about those who governed them. The authorities noticed. They sent informants to sit in coffee houses and listen. The intelligence gathered in these establishments shaped real political decisions. The political danger of coffee houses led to dramatic attempts at suppression. We have already heard about the ban in Mecca. In Cairo, coffee houses were ransacked. In Istanbul, several sultans tried to close them. The most dramatic episode came in the 1630s, when a sultan who had narrowly survived a revolt disguised himself and roamed the streets of Istanbul at night with a great sword, reportedly punishing anyone he caught violating his coffeehouse ban. The story may be exaggerated, but the fear behind it was real. The conspirators who had murdered his brother and uncle had reportedly used a coffeehouse as their meeting place. Yet, every ban was eventually lifted. The coffee houses always came back, more numerous and more popular than before. The rulers of the Islamic world learned what rulers throughout history have learned about popular pleasures. When demand is universal, prohibition is futile. The physical spaces of these early coffee houses varied by region, but certain things were common. Most had low seating, cushions or benches along the walls, and a central area where the coffee was prepared in full view, allowing everyone to watch and smell the process. In wealthier establishments, the walls might be decorated with tiles and calligraphy, and a fountain might provide a gentle, soothing sound. The atmosphere was designed to encourage relaxation and lingering qualities that would become hallmarks of coffeehouse culture wherever the idea later traveled. The coffeehouse was more than a place to drink coffee. It was a new kind of social invention, a space that made it possible for ordinary people to freely exchange information, ideas, and opinions across the traditional boundaries of class and profession. In an age before newspapers, before radio, before the internet, the coffeehouse served as a place where news, rumor, and knowledge were gathered and passed along. It was, in every way that matters, the first version of the public square as we understand it today. And when European travelers visited the Ottoman Empire in the 1500s and 1600s, they were struck by what they saw. They noted the scale of the coffee houses, the variety of the people inside them, and the quality of the conversation. They brought the idea home, and within a few decades, coffee houses would appear in Venice, in London, in Paris, and in Vienna, transforming the intellectual and social life of Europe in ways that their Ottoman founders could never have imagined. In the great palace of Topkapi, the sprawling complex that served as the nerve center of the Ottoman Empire for nearly 4 centuries, a special official held one of the most coveted positions in the entire imperial household. He was the chief coffee maker, and his job went far beyond preparing a simple drink. He oversaw a staff of up to 40 assistants, each trained in the elaborate rituals of court coffee service. He personally selected the beans, supervised the roasting, controlled the grinding, and prepared coffee with his own hands for the Sultan. His position carried real political weight, because he was one of the very few people who had regular private access to the most powerful man in the empire. The coffee ceremony at the Ottoman court was not a casual break. It was a carefully rehearsed display of power, hospitality, and refinement. The Ottoman Empire's relationship with coffee was deep, complex, and central to the empire's identity. After the Sultan's decisive ruling in the early 1500s that coffee was permitted under Islamic law, the drink became woven into every level of society, from the imperial court to the humblest village home. Ottoman coffee culture developed its own distinctive preparation methods, social rituals, and symbolic meanings that persist in Turkey, the Balkans, and much of the Middle East to this day. The preparation of Ottoman coffee was itself a kind of art. Very finely ground coffee was combined with water and sometimes sugar in a small, long-handled pot. The mixture was heated slowly, often over hot sand, until it began to foam. That foam, which rises to the surface just before the liquid begins to boil, was considered the most important part. A cup of coffee without a proper layer of foam was considered a failure. The coffee was served without any filtering, with the fine grounds settling gently to the bottom of the cup, and it was traditionally offered alongside a glass of water and perhaps a piece of sweet candy. Now, here is something rather wonderful. Coffee was not merely consumed in the Ottoman world. It was a language. The way coffee was prepared and served communicated messages that everyone understood. During courtship, a young woman would prepare coffee for a potential husband, and the quality of her preparation was a signal. A sweet coffee meant she approved. A bitter or salty coffee was a polite way of saying no. After marriage, coffee continued to serve as a measure of the relationship. A wife had a legal right to a daily supply of coffee, and remarkably, under Ottoman law, if a husband failed to provide his wife with adequate coffee, she had legitimate grounds for divorce. This was one of the few areas where women's domestic rights were clearly protected by law, and it tells you just how deeply coffee had embedded itself in the social contract of Ottoman life. The empire also understood coffee as a matter of strategy. For roughly a century, through its control of Yemen's coast and the port of Mocha, the Ottoman Empire held enormous influence over the global coffee supply. The authorities knew their wealth depended on preventing the export of viable seeds to rival powers, and they enforced strict rules. Only processed, infertile beans could leave the country. Living plants and sprouting seeds were forbidden. The wealth generated by this monopoly helped fund military campaigns, architectural projects, and the administration of a vast empire. In a very real sense, coffee helped build the Ottoman world. But the most enduring Ottoman contribution to coffee culture was not economic. It was social. The Ottoman coffee house evolved into one of the most sophisticated public institutions in the world before the modern age. By the late 1500s, every neighborhood in Istanbul had at least one, and the major commercial districts had dozens. These were not simple refreshment stands. They were cultural centers where the arts of conversation, storytelling, music, and performance were cultivated to a high degree. Professional storytellers were fixtures of the Ottoman coffeehouse. These performers would deliver elaborate tales drawn from history, legend, or the news of the day, using nothing but their voice and perhaps a simple chair. The performances could last for hours, and the finest storytellers were celebrated figures who commanded loyal audiences. Shadow puppet shows also found a home in the coffeehouses, comedic performances featuring familiar characters caught up in situations that gently mocked political and religious authorities, a form of social commentary that would have been too dangerous to express directly anywhere else. The political dimension of Ottoman coffee culture was impossible to ignore. The coffeehouses were spaces where public opinion took shape, and the state watched them with a mixture of interest and suspicion. One sultan in the 1630s launched the most dramatic crackdown, closing coffeehouses across Istanbul after learning that conspirators had used one as a meeting place. The stories of his nighttime patrols through the city, dressed in common clothing and carrying an enormous sword, may be exaggerated, but they reflect a genuine anxiety. Yet even this sultan did not try to ban coffee itself. He drank it at home in the privacy of the palace. The target was never the drink. It was the gatherings the drink made possible. And like every ban that came before, his did not last. His successors reopened the coffeehouses, which returned more popular than ever. The state eventually made its peace with the institution and even used it to its advantage, posting official announcements in coffeehouses and treating them as informal channels of communication with the public. The Ottoman coffee legacy extends far beyond Turkey. As the empire expanded across southeastern Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East, it carried coffee culture with it. The Balkan countries, Egypt, Syria, Lebanon, and the Gulf states all developed their own local variations, each with its own character, but sharing the same fundamental elements: the small pot, the unfiltered brew, the emphasis on foam, and above all, the culture of lingering conversation. Today, the direct descendant of Ottoman coffee culture has been recognized by the United Nations Cultural Organization as part of the world's intangible heritage, a designation awarded not just for the method of preparation, but for the entire social world that surrounds it, the serving rituals, the role of coffee in hospitality and friendship, and the quiet tradition of reading fortunes in the patterns left by the grounds at the bottom of the cup. It is a fitting tribute to a culture that did not merely drink coffee, but made it the centerpiece of an entire way of life. In the year 1600, a peculiar request reached the Pope in Rome. A group of advisors urged him to ban a new drink that was arriving in Italian ports aboard merchant ships from the Ottoman Empire. The drink, they warned, was a favorite of the Muslim Turks, the enemies of the Christian faith. It was dark, bitter, and stimulating, and it seemed to produce an almost sinister alertness in those who consumed it. They called it the devil's drink and argued that no Christian should touch it. According to the story that has been told for 4 centuries, the Pope did not immediately agree. Instead, he asked to taste this suspicious substance for himself. A cup was prepared. He raised it to his lips, took a sip, and paused. Then, rather than banning coffee, he is said to have declared that the drink was so delicious it would be a shame to leave it entirely to the Turks. He would baptize it, making it acceptable for Christian consumption. Whether or not this story actually happened, and most historians consider it a charming invention, it captures a genuine turning point in the history of coffee. The moment when this drink from the forests of Ethiopia, refined in the mountains of Yemen, and beloved across the Ottoman world arrived in Europe and found, despite some early suspicion, a remarkably warm welcome. Europeans had known about coffee for some time before it reached their ports in any quantity. Travelers and diplomats who visited the Ottoman Empire in the 1500s wrote accounts of the strange beverage they encountered there. A German physician who traveled through the eastern Mediterranean in the 1570s provided one of the earliest European descriptions, noting that the drink was almost as black as ink and very good for ailments of the stomach. A Venetian doctor published a more detailed account in 1592, describing both the plant and the drink, and noting how widely it was used in Egypt. Venice, the great trading republic that served as Europe's main point of contact with the Eastern Mediterranean, was naturally the first city to import coffee in significant amounts. Venetian merchants had long traded with Ottoman ports, and they recognized the commercial potential of a product already generating enormous demand across the Islamic world. The first major commercial shipment arrived in Venice from the port of Mocha in 1615, though smaller amounts had likely been arriving informally for some years before that. The initial reaction was mixed. Some Europeans found the bitter taste unpleasant. Others were suspicious of a product so closely linked with Islam and the Ottoman enemy. Rumors circulated that coffee was unhealthy, that it caused madness, or that it was a tool of dark forces. But these objections were quickly overwhelmed by the drink's popularity. Coffee's stimulating effects were undeniable, and in a continent where the main social beverages were beer, wine, and spirits, a drink that sharpened the mind rather than dulling it was something genuinely new. Italian merchants moved quickly to take advantage. Venice became Europe's main source of coffee, and Venetian traders initially charged high prices, selling the drink as a luxury for the wealthy. But as supply increased and prices fell, coffee began to move from the tables of the rich to the cups of ordinary people. The first European coffeehouses appeared in Venice in the mid-1600s, modeled on the Ottoman establishments that Venetian merchants had seen during their travels. The most famous, a grand café in the Great Square of St. Mark, was founded in 1720 and remains open to this day, one of the oldest continuously operating coffeehouses in the world. From Venice, coffee spread rapidly through Italy and then to the rest of Europe. The pattern was remarkably consistent everywhere it went. Coffee arrived through trade, initially met skepticism or opposition, quickly proved popular, and gave rise to coffeehouses that became centers of social and intellectual life. The speed of coffee's European conquest is worth pausing on for a moment. In 1600, virtually no one in Europe had tasted coffee. By 1650, coffeehouses were appearing in Oxford and London. By 1700, they were common in every major European city. In the space of a single century, a drink from the forests of Ethiopia, refined in the highlands of Yemen, and made popular in the cities of the Ottoman Empire, had become a part of daily life from Lisbon to the far reaches of Russia. No food or drink had ever spread so rapidly across such a vast area. Several things explain this remarkable speed. The existing trade networks connecting European ports to the Ottoman world provided a ready channel for the physical product. The culture of coffeehouse gathering was easily adapted to European city life, particularly in cities where the educated and commercial classes were growing in size and influence. The stimulating effects of the drink were genuinely useful in an age of increasing intellectual and commercial activity. And the alternative, alcohol, was increasingly seen as a problem by religious reformers, medical authorities, and the emerging business class who needed clear heads for their work. There is a thought-provoking argument made by several historians that the arrival of coffee in Europe was one of the factors that helped spark the intellectual and economic changes of the 1600s and 1700s. Before coffee, Europeans drank alcohol from morning to night, not from any particular vice, but because water was often unsafe and beer or wine was the most reliable thing to drink. The average person was, by modern standards, mildly drunk for most of the day. Coffee replaced, at least in part, this hazy fog with a state of alert sobriety. Workers became more productive. Merchants calculated more clearly. Scholars thought more deeply. This is probably too neat a story on its own, and the relationship between coffee and European thought was surely more complicated than a simple stimulant leading directly to new ideas. But the timing is striking. Coffee arrived in Europe at precisely the moment when the continent was beginning the great intellectual revolution that would produce modern science, democratic government, and the industrial economy. And the coffee houses that sprang up to serve this new drink would become, in city after city, the very spaces where that revolution was debated, planned, and set in motion. On a narrow lane in the heart of the city of London, in the year 1652, a man opened a small establishment that would change the course of English history. His name was Pasqua Rossi, and he was not English. He came from the great Ottoman port city of Smyrna, on the coast of what is now Turkey, and he had arrived in London as the servant of an English merchant involved in trade with the Eastern Mediterranean. That merchant had developed a taste for coffee during his time in Ottoman lands and had been brewing it at home to the considerable interest of his friends and neighbors. The demand for his private coffee became so great that he decided to set up Rossi in a small shop where the public could buy the drink for themselves. Rossi handed out printed notices advertising the virtues of his product, describing it as a berry that was dried, beaten to powder, and boiled up with spring water. He claimed it was good for digestion, for the eyes, for the gout, and for numerous other complaints. It was, in a sense, one of the first coffee advertisements in English history. And it worked. Within months, his little establishment was doing brisk business, and imitators began to appear. The growth was extraordinary. By 1663, just 11 years after Rossi opened his doors, there were more than 80 coffee houses within the City of London. By the beginning of the 1700s, the number had grown to over 500. London had been transformed. In the space of a single generation, an entirely new form of public life had taken root in the city's streets. The coffee houses of 17th century London were unlike anything the city had known. For the price of a penny, the cost of a single cup of coffee, any man could walk in, sit down, and join the conversation. There was no distinction of rank or class at the coffeehouse table. A lawyer might sit beside a sailor, a merchant beside a poet. This remarkable openness earned the coffeehouses a nickname that has endured for centuries. The penny universities, places where, it was said, a man could receive a better education for a penny than he could get from all his textbooks at Oxford. And the intellectual life inside these coffeehouses was genuine and substantial. Specific establishments became associated with particular interests and professions. Scientists and natural philosophers gathered at one coffeehouse near the legal district, where members of the Royal Society, including some of the greatest minds in the history of science, met to discuss their experiments and discoveries. Literary figures congregated at another, where a celebrated poet held court and where a young writer first made his reputation. Political groups had their preferred coffee houses too, each faction claiming its own territory. The commercial importance of London's coffee houses was equally profound. In 1686, a man named Edward Lloyd opened a coffee house on Tower Street that drew in sailors, merchants, and ship owners. Lloyd provided reliable shipping news, hosted auctions for ships and cargo, and created a gathering place where merchants could discuss the risks and rewards of sending goods across the sea. The conversations that took place at Lloyd's coffee house about sharing the financial risk of ocean voyages gradually became more formal, more organized, and eventually gave birth to one of the most important insurance markets in the world, still bearing his name to this day. A similar story unfolded in the world of finance. From the late 1690s onward, much of the buying and selling that would eventually become the London Stock Exchange was conducted in a coffee house in a narrow alley near the Royal Exchange. Brokers who had been thrown out of the Royal Exchange for their rowdy behavior found a more welcoming home in the coffee houses, where they could trade shares, negotiate deals, and exchange financial intelligence. The modern stock exchange, like the modern insurance market, was born over cups of coffee. And journalism too was a coffeehouse creation. The coffeehouses served as informal newsrooms, places where information from every corner of the world was collected, debated, and passed along. The first great English-language periodicals were closely tied to coffeehouse culture. Their writers drew much of their material from coffeehouse conversations, and their readers consumed the articles in coffeehouses. The very idea of public opinion, which would become so central to English political thought, was shaped by the freewheeling debates that took place across those coffeehouse tables. Not everyone was pleased with this new institution. In 1674, a remarkable document appeared in London, written as if from the women of the city. It complained that their husbands were spending far too much time in coffeehouses and that the drink itself was making them less capable in certain domestic duties. The language was colourful and quite funny, describing coffee as that drying, enfeebling liquor. The men of London responded with their own pamphlet, arguing the opposite case with equal enthusiasm. Whether the women's petition was actually written by women is uncertain. Some historians have argued persuasively that it was really a political document designed to discredit coffeehouses as spaces of political dissent rather than a genuine complaint about marriage. The king himself shared this political anxiety. In 1675, he issued an order to close all coffeehouses, calling them places where idle and discontented people spread malicious reports about the government. The outcry was so fierce that the king was forced to withdraw his order after just 11 days, one of the most humiliating retreats of his reign. The coffeehouse era in London lasted roughly from the 1650s to the mid-1700s, when these establishments gradually evolved into private clubs, public houses, or commercial institutions. Many of the most famous ones became lasting organizations. Lloyd's Coffeehouse became the insurance market. The Finance Coffeehouse became the stock exchange. Others simply faded away as tea, which was cheaper and easier to prepare at home, slowly replaced coffee as the preferred drink of the English. But the legacy of the London Coffeehouse runs far deeper than the specific institutions it created. These remarkable places had demonstrated something radical, that ordinary people, given a sober public space in which to gather, could generate extraordinary things. They could create markets, debate philosophy, launch newspapers, found scientific societies, and challenge political authority. The coffeehouse was, in a very real sense, the first modern public forum, the space where private individuals came together to form shared opinions and to hold those in power accountable. And its influence echoes through every cafe, every meeting space, and every public square that exists in the world today. In 1686, a man from Sicily purchased a former bathhouse on a quiet Paris street and transformed it into something France had never seen. He installed crystal chandeliers, hung mirrors on the walls, set marble-topped tables across the floor, and dressed his waiters in garments that evoked the exotic merchants of the Eastern Mediterranean. He served coffee, chocolate, and Italian ices, and he called his establishment Le Procope. It was the first space in France to call itself a café, and it would become the most important public gathering place in French intellectual and political life for the next 200 years. This was not France's first encounter with coffee. The drink had arrived in the port city of Marseille in the 1640s, brought by merchants trading with the East, and small coffee stalls had appeared in Paris by the 1670s. But the genius of Le Procope's founder was not merely to sell coffee. It was to create an entire world around it, a space of elegance and refinement that elevated coffee drinking from a simple act into a social experience. In doing so, he invented the French café, an institution that would come to define the character of Parisian public life. The café he founded quickly attracted the finest minds in France. Its location, near a famous theatre and the Latin Quarter, placed it at the crossroads of the arts, the university, and the growing commercial middle class. Over the decades that followed, Le Procope became a gathering place for the most daring thinkers of the age. One regular, the writer Voltaire, was said to drink as many as 50 cups of coffee a day, a mixture of coffee and chocolate that he believed was essential to his legendary output. Other great figures of the French Enlightenment were equally devoted. The immense project of compiling all human knowledge into a single reference work, the great ambition of the age, is said to have been conceived at Le Procope. Whether or not that is literally true, it captures the spirit of a place where the desire to understand and improve the world was simply the normal topic of conversation. By the mid-1700s, Paris had hundreds of cafes, and they had become essential to the city's intellectual and political life. A German traveler visiting in the 1780s observed that there was no city in the world where it was easier to learn what was happening simply by sitting in a cafe and listening. The cafes served as informal news agencies, debating societies, reading rooms, and even employment exchanges. They were also increasingly spaces where political opposition to the king found its voice. The connection between Parisian cafes and the French Revolution was direct and unmistakable. In the garden of a vast complex called the Palais Royal, owned by a member of the royal family, dozens of cafes, bookshops, and entertainment venues clustered together. Because it was technically private property, the royal police could not enter without permission, making it a haven for political radicals, writers of underground pamphlets, and anyone with a grievance against the crown. It was here, on July the 12th, 1789, that a moment came that would set the revolution ablaze. A young journalist, a man who had a severe stammer that had kept him from becoming a lawyer, learned that the king had dismissed a popular minister who was seen as the last hope for reform. Overcome with fury and a sense of crisis, the young man leapt onto a table outside one of the cafes and delivered a passionate speech to the crowd gathered in the garden. His stammer vanished in the heat of the moment. He urged the people of Paris to take up arms. 2 days later, on July the 14th, the crowd stormed the old fortress prison known as the Bastille, and the revolution had begun. The French Revolution was not caused by cafes, of course. It was caused by decades of financial disaster, deep inequality, and political failure. But the cafes provided the physical spaces where revolutionary ideas were developed, debated, and shared. They provided the meeting places where conspirators planned and where crowds were gathered and directed. During the revolution itself, specific cafes became headquarters for specific political groups. Le Procope itself hosted some of the most radical figures of the era. The relationship between coffee and bold new thinking extended far beyond the revolution itself. In the decades that followed, the Parisian café became the model for intellectual gathering spaces across Europe and eventually the world. The café tradition evolved through the 1800s and 1900s into something of extraordinary cultural weight. One great novelist of the 19th century was famously dependent on coffee, consuming enormous quantities of an increasingly concentrated brew that he believed fueled his staggering output of words. He wrote vividly about the effects of coffee on the mind and body, describing the progression from initial stimulation through a period of feverish productivity to an eventual exhaustion that could only be cured by more coffee. His account of the writing life, driven by the dark drink, remains one of the most vivid descriptions of creative work ever set down on paper. The café tradition reached its artistic peak in the late 1800s and the early 1900s, when famous establishments became the gathering places of painters, writers, and philosophers whose names are still known around the world. Much of the creative and intellectual work of the modern era was conducted in these spaces over countless cups of coffee, in an atmosphere where ideas were shared as freely as the drink that inspired them. Le Procope itself had a complicated later history. The original café closed in 1872, and the space served various purposes before being reopened as a restaurant decades later. It is no longer a café in the original sense, but the institution that was founded in 1686 left a mark on French culture and on the world that nothing can erase. The French café was not merely a place that served coffee, it was a place where ideas were born, where revolutions were planned, and where the modern world, in many of its most distinctive forms, was quietly imagined into existence. In the summer of 1683, an enormous army stood before the walls of Vienna, the capital of the Habsburg Empire and the gateway to Central Europe. The siege was one of the most dramatic military confrontations of the 17th century, and its outcome would shape the balance of power across Europe for generations. But the siege also left behind something more unexpected, a legend that gave Vienna its beloved coffeehouse tradition. According to the most popular version of the story, a man who spoke Turkish and had spent years living in Ottoman lands volunteered to slip out of the besieged city, cross the enemy lines in disguise, and make contact with the relief force that was assembling to save Vienna. Dressed in Ottoman clothing and singing Turkish songs to avoid detection, he made his way through the vast enemy camp and reached the Allied armies. The relief arrived in September, and the combined forces routed the Ottoman army, ending the siege and beginning the Ottoman retreat from Central Europe. When the Ottoman soldiers fled, they left behind their camp and all its supplies. Among the abandoned goods were hundreds of sacks filled with a mysterious green substance that the Viennese did not recognize. Some thought it was food for camels, but the man who had crossed the enemy lines knew exactly what it was from his years in the Ottoman world. He claimed the sacks of coffee beans as his reward, and according to the legend, he opened Vienna's first coffee house, introducing the city to the drink that would become its most beloved cultural symbol. The truth, as it often does, turns out to be more complicated. Historical records show that the first coffee house in Vienna was actually opened in 1685 by an Armenian merchant who held the official privilege. Many of the romantic details of the famous story were apparently added a full century after the events by a writer who found the facts insufficient and improved upon them. But legends have a power that goes beyond strict accuracy, and this particular legend became central to how Vienna thought about itself. For years, the city's cafe owners organized a special feast each October to celebrate the hero of the story, decorating their windows with his portrait. Whatever the true circumstances of its beginning, Viennese coffeehouse culture developed over the following centuries into something unique and quite wonderful. The Viennese did not simply adopt Ottoman coffee, they transformed it, creating their own distinctive drinks, rituals, and spaces that carried the unmistakable personality of Vienna itself. The city's signature coffee drink is a shot of strong coffee topped with steamed milk and foam, with its own particular balance and texture. But that is only one option on a Viennese coffee menu that offers a bewildering variety of choices, each with its own precise combination of coffee, milk, cream, and flavoring. One option is strong black coffee served in a glass with a thick cap of whipped cream. Another is coffee with a splash of rum or cherry brandy. Yet another produces a color resembling the brown robes of certain monks, and this drink, in fact, gave its name to a coffee preparation that would later become famous across the entire world. The sheer number of choices on a Viennese coffee menu reflects a culture that treats coffee preparation not as a daily routine, but as an art form with infinite possibilities. The physical environment of the Viennese coffee house was equally distinctive. Imagine marble-topped tables, elegant bentwood chairs, velvet seating tucked into cozy alcoves, crystal chandeliers overhead, and great wooden racks holding the day's newspapers from cities across Europe. The newspapers were essential. A proper Viennese coffee house was expected to provide an extensive selection of local and international press, and customers were expected to read them at their leisure. The entire design of the space was oriented toward a single purpose, encouraging the visitor to stay as long as possible, to linger over a single cup for hours, reading, writing, thinking, or simply watching the world drift by through the tall windows. This culture of lingering produced one of the most beautiful descriptions of the Viennese coffeehouse ever written. It is, someone once said, a place where time and space are consumed, but only the coffee is listed on the bill. The phrase captures the essential promise of the institution. You paid for a cup of coffee and received, in addition to the drink, an indefinite lease on a table, a chair, a selection of newspapers, and the warmth and light of a beautifully furnished room. No one was hurried. No one was asked to order more or to leave. The coffeehouse was a home away from home, a private world within a public room. And for many of Vienna's greatest minds, it was literally where they lived and worked. The roster of famous people who made Viennese coffeehouses their creative headquarters reads like a catalogue of European intellectual history. The founder of modern psychology was a regular at one grand cafe, where he is said to have developed many of his most important ideas. A future revolutionary leader, during his years of exile in Vienna before returning to his homeland, spent his days in another famous coffeehouse, playing chess and reading every newspaper he could find. The story goes that when an official was told a revolution had broken out in that man's home country, he dismissed the idea entirely, saying that the fellow in question did nothing but sit in the cafe all day long. Around 1890, one of the great Viennese coffeehouses became the regular gathering place of a literary movement whose members included some of the finest writers in the German language. When that particular cafe was demolished in 1897, one of its regulars wrote a famous essay mourning the loss not just of a building, but of an entire world. In 2011, the Austrian government officially recognized Viennese coffeehouse culture as part of the nation's heritage under an international convention that protects important cultural practices. The recognition was not merely for the coffee or the architecture. It was for the entire complex of social habits, values, and traditions that the coffeehouses represent. Vienna's coffeehouses are not merely places to drink coffee. They are institutions that preserve a way of life, a pace of existence, and a set of values that stand in quiet opposition to the speed and efficiency that define the modern world. In an age of paper cups and drive-through windows, the Viennese coffeehouse insists, gently but firmly, that coffee is not a product to be consumed in a rush, but an experience to be savored slowly, in the company of ideas and in the patient presence of time itself. In the year 1670, a pilgrim was returning home to India from the holy city of Mecca. He was a Sufi, a man of deep faith, and he had made the sacred journey across the Arabian Sea from the southern part of India. Somewhere along the way, perhaps in the port of Mocha or in the Yemeni highlands themselves, he had tasted coffee and fallen completely under its spell. He decided to bring the plant home with him. This was an act of extraordinary daring. The Ottoman and Yemeni authorities enforced strict rules against the export of living coffee seeds. Only beans that had been dried, roasted, or otherwise made incapable of sprouting were allowed to leave the country. The entire economy of Yemen depended on its monopoly, and anyone caught smuggling living seeds was risking severe punishment. The pilgrim chose to hide 7 raw coffee beans in his beard. The number 7 was sacred in his tradition, and this detail, whether historically true or embellished by later storytellers, gives the tale its legendary quality. He carried the seeds across the sea, back to his home district in the south of India, and planted them on the slopes of a range of hills. The seeds sprouted, the plants grew, and with that single act of agricultural smuggling, one man broke Yemen's global coffee monopoly and planted the seeds, quite literally, of what would become the Indian coffee industry. Those hills are still named after him, and his shrine remains a place of pilgrimage to this day. The coffee farms of the region trace their lineage directly back to those 7 stolen beans. It is one of the most remarkable stories of agricultural theft in history, a tale of a single person armed with nothing but courage and a handful of seeds who changed the geography of an entire global crop. But he was not the last person to steal coffee. As demand for the drink grew through the 16 and 1700s, the European colonial powers became increasingly determined to break the Yemeni monopoly and establish their own sources of supply. What followed was a sustained campaign of botanical theft, diplomatic deception, and sheer stubbornness that reads almost like an adventure novel. The Dutch were the first Europeans to succeed. In 1616, a Dutch merchant managed to acquire coffee plants from Yemen. The Dutch Trading Company, recognizing coffee's commercial potential, set about establishing their own supply. Early attempts to grow coffee in the Netherlands failed, but the tropical colonies offered much better prospects. Seedlings were sent to the Dutch territories in what is now Indonesia, and after a first shipment was destroyed by flooding, a second arrived successfully. The plants thrived in the rich volcanic soil of the island of Java. Within a few years, the Dutch had established vast plantations, and the name of the island itself became a word for coffee in the English language, a testament to how thoroughly the Dutch succeeded. But the most romantic coffee theft of all involved a French naval officer and a desperate ocean voyage. This officer had conceived the idea of bringing a coffee plant from France to the French colony of Martinique in the Caribbean. The problem was getting the plant. The King of France possessed coffee trees in the Royal Botanical Garden, but access was tightly controlled. According to the officer's own account, he resorted to stealing a cutting during a nighttime raid on the garden. The voyage to the Caribbean was fraught with danger. The ship was attacked by pirates. A fellow passenger, possibly an agent of a rival power who understood exactly what was being carried, attempted to destroy the plant, tearing off a branch while the officer slept. A storm struck, breaking the small protective structure around the plant and exposing it to salt water. And most touchingly, when the ship's water supply ran dangerously low, the officer shared his own meager daily ration with the plant, writing later that his happiest hopes were founded upon this fragile cutting and that he gave it water that he desperately needed himself. Can you imagine that? A man on a sailing ship in the middle of the Atlantic, parched and thirsty, carefully pouring his last drops of water onto the roots of a single small plant, believing that it was worth more than his own comfort, perhaps more than his own life. The plant survived, barely. When it reached the Caribbean, the officer planted it with great care, posted an armed guard to protect it, and watched it grow. It thrived in the warm, humid climate. Within 50 years, there were over 18,000 coffee trees on the island, and the plant had spread to neighboring islands and to the mainland of Central America. That single stolen cutting is said to be the ancestor of the vast majority of coffee plants grown in all of the Americas. If that claim is even roughly true, then this officer's sleepless, thirsty voyage ranks as one of the most important acts of plant smuggling in human history. These stories of coffee theft, from the Pilgrim's 7 seeds to the officer's stolen cutting, share a common thread. Each involves the movement of a valuable living thing from a place that sought to control it to places that would use it for their own profit. The Yemeni monopoly, which had lasted for roughly 200 years, was broken not by armies or diplomats, but by seeds hidden in a beard, plants smuggled in secret, and cuttings stolen from royal gardens. The consequences of these thefts were enormous. They ended Yemen's dominance of the global coffee trade. They created the plantation system that would come to define coffee production for the next 3 centuries. And they set the stage for the colonial exploitation of tropical lands and peoples that represents one of the darkest chapters in the history of coffee. Yemen, which had been the center of the coffee world, gradually faded into obscurity as production shifted to Java, the Caribbean, and eventually Brazil. The port of Mocha, which had once been the sole gateway for the entire world's coffee supply, dwindled into a forgotten fishing village. Today, Yemeni coffee represents a tiny fraction of global production, though it is increasingly valued by those who appreciate the quiet irony that the country which gave coffee to the world has become one of its smallest producers. In the fertile highlands of the island of Java in the early 1800s, a Dutch colonial official walked through a coffee plantation and witnessed something that would haunt him for the rest of his life. The local farmers who worked the land were thin and exhausted. They had been forced by the colonial government to abandon their own food crops and devote their labor to growing coffee for export. Entire villages were starving, while the coffee they produced was shipped across the ocean to be sold at enormous profit. The official later wrote about what he had seen, and his account became one of the most powerful criticisms of colonial exploitation ever published. More than a century later, the title of his book would be borrowed by the founders of the world's first fair trade coffee program. The story of coffee's colonial period is a story of extraordinary cruelty hidden behind extraordinary profits. As the European powers established coffee plantations across their tropical colonies in the 16, 17, 18, and 1900s, they created systems of forced labor that brought suffering to millions of people across 3 continents. The methods varied from place to place, from outright slavery in the Caribbean and Brazil, to forced farming in Java to bonded labor in Ceylon and East Africa. But the basic pattern was always the same. European consumers wanted cheap coffee, European merchants wanted profits, and the human cost of providing both was borne almost entirely by the people who had been colonized. The Dutch were the pioneers of colonial coffee production. After establishing plantations in Java, they expanded across the islands of what is now Indonesia. The labor system they used evolved over time. At first, they worked through local leaders, demanding coffee as a form of tribute. Later, they imposed a more direct system in which local farmers were required to devote a share of their land and their labor to growing crops chosen by the government, principally coffee, sugar, and a blue dye plant. The system generated enormous revenue for the Dutch treasury, helping to build railroads, canals, and other public works back in the Netherlands. For the local people, it was a disaster. The forced shift of land and labor away from food crops led to periodic famines that killed untold numbers of people. In the French Caribbean, the coffee plantations depended entirely on the labor of enslaved Africans. By the late 1700s, the French colony on the western portion of the island of Hispaniola had become the world's largest coffee producer, supplying roughly half of the global market. This extraordinary output was achieved through one of the most brutal systems of slavery in the Americas. Enslaved people, taken from their homes in Africa and transported across the Atlantic in conditions of unimaginable suffering, were worked to death on the coffee and sugar plantations. The death rate was so high that the enslaved population could only be maintained through the constant importation of new captives. Let us pause on that for a moment. Every bag of coffee that left that colony, every cup that was poured in a Parisian cafe or a London coffee house, was produced by people who had been stolen from their families, chained in ships, and forced to work until their bodies gave out. The connection between coffee and slavery in the Caribbean was not incidental. It was fundamental. Without enslaved labor, the plantations could not have operated at the scale that European demand required. When the enslaved people of that colony rose up in revolution in 1791, eventually founding the independent nation of Haiti in 1804, they were overthrowing not merely political oppression but an entire economic system built on coffee, sugar, and human suffering. The British colonial coffee enterprise centered on the island of Ceylon, now known as Sri Lanka. The British established coffee plantations in the island's central highlands in the early 1800s, and by the 1860s, Ceylon had overtaken Java as the world's leading coffee exporter. The labor came primarily from workers brought across from southern India under systems that were technically voluntary but in practice carried many features of forced labor. These workers faced terrible conditions: poor housing, meager pay, tropical diseases, and the heartbreak of being separated from their families and communities. Their descendants remain among the most marginalized people in Sri Lanka to this day. In East Africa, the colonial coffee story took still other forms. In Kenya, under British rule, coffee farming was initially restricted to white settlers, and local African farmers were forbidden from growing the crop. In other parts of the continent, under German and later British rule, coffee was produced using systems of forced labor that compelled men to work on European-owned plantations. In the Belgian-controlled Congo, coffee was among the crops produced under one of the most notoriously brutal regimes in colonial history. The total human cost of colonial coffee production is difficult to measure but impossible to ignore. Over 4 centuries, millions of enslaved Africans, bonded Asian workers, and colonized people across the tropics were compelled to grow, harvest, and process coffee for consumers who knew little and thought less about the conditions under which their daily drink was produced. The wealth generated by this system flowed overwhelmingly to the colonizing nations, building their economies and their cultural institutions while leaving the producing regions poor and dependent. The colonial period established patterns of inequality in the global coffee trade that persist to this day. The concentration of wealth in countries that consume coffee and poverty in countries that produce it, the dependence of entire national economies on a single unpredictable crop, the exploitation of agricultural workers who receive a tiny fraction of the price of the product they grow, all of these are legacies of the colonial plantation system. Understanding this history matters because every cup of coffee is the product of a supply chain that stretches back through centuries of commerce and human suffering to the colonial plantations where the modern coffee industry was born. The beans may have been first discovered in Ethiopia and first cultivated in Yemen, but they were turned into an industry through colonialism. And the human cost of that transformation is a debt the global coffee trade has yet to fully repay. In 1727, a Portuguese military officer was sent on a diplomatic mission to settle a border dispute in the northern corner of South America. He was experienced, shrewd, and he carried with him a secret second objective from his superiors: obtain coffee plants from the French, who had been cultivating them in their nearby colony and guarding them with great care. The French governor refused to share any coffee seeds. The colony's monopoly was too valuable. But according to the most popular version of the story, the officer, a man of considerable charm, cultivated a more personal kind of relationship with the governor's wife. When the time came for him to depart, she presented him with a farewell bouquet of flowers, and hidden within the arrangement were cuttings and seeds of the coveted coffee plant. Historians have questioned the romantic details. The officer was 57 and the governor's wife was 50 with 4 children, which makes a passionate affair somewhat unlikely. Colonial records suggest he may simply have purchased the plants at a local market. But whatever the method, the result was clear. In 1727, coffee arrived in Brazil, planted first in the northern reaches of the country. What happened next, no one could have predicted. The coffee plants thrived in Brazil's tropical climate and rich soils. They spread southward over the following decades. By 1770, coffee was being grown as far south as Rio de Janeiro. By the 1830s, Brazil was producing nearly a third of the world's coffee. By 1850, that share had risen to half. Brazil had become the dominant force in global coffee production, a position it holds to this very day. The engine that powered this extraordinary expansion was slavery. Brazil had been a slave society since the beginning of Portuguese colonization, but the coffee boom of the 1800s intensified the demand for enslaved labor to levels never seen before. In the first half of that century, roughly 1.5 million enslaved Africans were brought to work on Brazilian coffee plantations. They cleared the forests, prepared the soil, planted the trees, tended the crops, harvested the cherries, and processed the beans. The work was backbreaking and relentless, and the plantation owners demanded both speed and precision from workers who had no choice in the matter. The great coffee estates, called fazendas, were worlds unto themselves. The largest covered thousands of hectares and employed hundreds of enslaved workers. The owner of such an estate was the undisputed lord of his domain, exercising control over every aspect of the lives of those who labored on his land. In the state that became the center of Brazilian coffee production, more than half of these estates relied on slave labor. Brazil was the last country in the Americas to abolish slavery, finally doing so in 1888. The abolition was driven in part by international pressure, in part by a growing movement within Brazil itself, and in part by the calculation that free immigrant workers might prove more productive. In the years that followed, the coffee barons recruited hundreds of thousands of European immigrants, primarily from Italy, to replace the formerly enslaved workers. These Italian immigrants brought their own traditions with them, including, in a quiet irony, a deep love of strong coffee that would later help shape the way Brazilians themselves drank coffee at home. The wealth generated by coffee transformed Brazil in every imaginable way. The coffee barons of the late 1800s were not merely wealthy farmers, they were a political and economic elite who shaped the direction of an entire nation. They built railroads to carry their coffee from the highland estates to the coastal ports. They built steamship lines, telegraph networks, and the foundations of a modern economy. They dominated the political life of the young republic, serving as governors, senators, and ministers. The period from the 1880s to the 1930s is sometimes described as the coffee with milk era, because the presidency alternated between the coffee interests of one state and the dairy interests of another. But the economy that coffee built was also dangerously dependent on a single product. When global coffee prices collapsed during the Great Depression, the consequences were devastating. Prices fell by more than half in just 2 years. Millions of bags of unsold coffee sat in Brazilian warehouses, more than the entire world had consumed the year before. The government, desperate to support prices, embarked on one of the most extraordinary episodes of deliberate waste in economic history. It purchased surplus coffee from growers and destroyed it. In the first year alone, more than 7 million bags of coffee were burned, dumped into the ocean, or mixed with tar to make building materials. The images of vast piles of coffee smoldering under grey smoke became one of the defining pictures of the Depression era. Can you imagine the sight? Mountains of coffee, enough to fill millions of cups, set ablaze and turned to ash, while people around the world went without. It was a scene of almost surreal desperation, a government destroying its own most valuable product in a futile attempt to prop up its price. Despite these measures, prices continued to fall. The strategy was undermined by rival producing nations, particularly Colombia, which kept expanding their own output while Brazil was burning its crop. The coffee crisis of the 1930s demonstrated the fundamental danger of building an entire economy around a single export, a lesson that Brazil would learn again and again over the following decades. Today, Brazil remains the world's largest coffee producer by a wide margin, growing roughly a third of the total global supply. The old fazendas have given way to a diverse landscape of production, from enormous mechanized estates to small family farms in the mountains. Brazilian coffee ranges from ordinary mass-market grades to prize-winning specialty lots that compete with the finest in the world. The industry employs millions of people and remains one of the most important parts of the national economy. But the shadows of the colonial and slavery-based origins of Brazilian coffee have not entirely faded. The inequalities established during the era of the Great Estates persist in patterns of land ownership, wealth distribution, and labor conditions that continue to shape Brazilian society. The story of Brazilian coffee is a story of extraordinary productivity and wealth, but it is also a story of the human cost of that productivity, a cost paid primarily by enslaved Africans and their descendants, and one that continues to echo in different forms in the lives of the workers who harvest the beans that fill the cups of the world. On the night of December the 16th, 1773, a group of American colonists disguised as members of a local native tribe boarded 3 ships in Boston Harbor and threw 342 chests of tea into the cold, dark water. The act was a protest against taxation and the principle of being governed by a distant power that offered no representation in return. It would help ignite the American Revolution, but it also had an unexpected consequence for the story we are following. Overnight, tea became unpatriotic. One of the founding fathers, writing to his wife shortly after, declared that drinking tea was an act of disloyalty to the American cause. He said he must be weaned from his former love of the drink, and that henceforth his morning and evening cup must be coffee. Other leaders of the independence movement echoed the same feeling. The Continental Congress passed resolutions discouraging the consumption of tea. To drink tea was to support the British, to buy the product of the very monopoly against which the colonies were rebelling. Coffee, which had been growing in popularity in the colonies since the early 1700s, became the patriotic alternative. Choosing coffee over tea was not simply a matter of taste. It was a political statement, an act of defiance, a way for ordinary people to show their commitment to the cause with every single cup. The shift was not instant, and it was never total. Many Americans continued to drink tea throughout and after the Revolution, but the cultural link between coffee and American identity was forged during this period and would prove remarkably lasting. The army under the command of George Washington relied on coffee for alertness during the day and warmth during cold nights in camp, though supplies were often unreliable and soldiers sometimes went without. The connection between coffee and revolution was not limited to Boston. Throughout the Americas in the late 1700s and early 1800s, the coffee houses that had spread through colonial cities served the same function they had served in London and Paris. They were gathering places for thinkers, dissenters, and revolutionaries. In the cities of Spanish America, where independence movements were building strength, cafes provided spaces where the educated classes could discuss the bold ideas of the age, debate the principles of liberty and self-rule, and plan the overthrow of colonial power. The great wave of revolution that swept through Latin America in the early 1800s had many causes: the weakening of Spain during European wars, the example of revolutions in America and France, the growing frustration of those born in the colonies against the restrictions imposed on them from abroad. Coffee did not cause these revolutions, but it was woven through their fabric in multiple ways. The cafes where revolutionary ideas circulated, the coffee-fueled energy of late-night conspiratorial meetings, and the economic ambitions of regions that wanted to control their own trade, including the export of valuable crops like coffee, all played their part. After independence, coffee became a driving force of economic development across several nations. In one Central American country, the government actively promoted coffee farming, distributing free seedlings to farmers, and within 2 decades, coffee had become the most valuable export, funding the construction of roads, schools, and public buildings. In Colombia, coffee would eventually become the foundation of the national economy and a source of deep cultural pride. The revolution in Haiti, which began in 1791 and culminated in independence in 1804, had a direct and devastating impact on the coffee trade. The colony had been one of the largest coffee producers in the world, supplying roughly half of Europe's coffee. The destruction of the plantation system during the 12-year struggle for freedom, led by formerly enslaved people who fought with breathtaking courage and endurance, removed a huge share of global coffee production almost overnight. The gap left by Haiti's collapse was filled by other producers, especially Brazil and Java, accelerating the shifts in coffee geography that would define the next century. The pattern of coffee's involvement in revolutionary movements extended well beyond the Americas. In the Ottoman Empire, as we have seen, coffee houses were constantly linked with political dissent. In France, the cafes of Paris played a direct role in the revolutions of the late 1700s, and again in the upheavals of the 1830s and 1840s. In Italy, famous cafes in Venice, Rome, and other cities served as gathering places for the nationalists and dreamers who fought for the unification of their country. The architects of Italian unity were known visitors to cafes where they recruited supporters and organized resistance. There is something about coffee and about the coffee house as a place that seems to nourish bold thinking. The drink itself produces a state of alert engagement that is well suited to passionate argument and careful planning. The coffee house provides a public space that is neither domestic nor official, a neutral ground where people of different backgrounds can meet as equals and where ideas that would be dangerous elsewhere can be discussed with relative safety. The combination of the stimulant and the space has proven, across cultures and across centuries, to be a remarkably powerful catalyst for change. This is not to say that coffee makes revolutions. Coffee is a drink, not a political philosophy. But the social forms that coffee created, the sober public spaces where information was exchanged and opinions were formed, turned out to be remarkably effective places for the ideas and the networks that did make revolutions. The link between coffee and political change is not a coincidence. It is a natural consequence of what coffee does to the mind and what the coffee house does to the social order. After the American Revolution, coffee continued its steady march toward becoming the national drink of the United States. The process was gradual but unstoppable. During the Civil War, coffee's position was secured beyond all doubt. The Union Army provided its soldiers with a daily ration of green coffee beans, and the men were expected to roast, grind, and brew the coffee themselves over campfires. Many soldiers ground their beans using the butts of their rifles. Letters and diaries from the war mention coffee more often than any other single item, more than food, more than weapons, more than sleep, suggesting that for the men who fought, coffee was not just a ration but a lifeline. The opposing army, cut off from coffee supplies by a naval blockade, resorted to desperate substitutes. Roasted acorns, chicory root, sweet potatoes, and even ground peanuts were all tried as replacements, with uniformly disappointing results. The lack of real coffee was considered one of the great hardships of service, and when informal truces allowed soldiers from both sides to meet between the lines, one of the most common exchanges was Southern tobacco for Northern coffee. By the end of the 19th century, the United States was consuming more coffee than any other nation on Earth, and that simple fact would shape the global industry for generations to come. In 1869, a British plant scientist working in Ceylon noticed something alarming on the leaves of the coffee plants growing in the central highlands. Small, powdery, orange-yellow spots had appeared on the undersides of the leaves, spots that seemed to spread with disturbing speed from plant to plant, from estate to estate, across the lush green mountainsides that had made Ceylon one of the most productive coffee colonies in the British Empire. Samples were sent to the leading botanical garden in England, where experts examined them and identified a new type of fungus. They gave it a name that included the word devastator, and it would earn that name many times over. What they had identified was a disease called coffee leaf rust. This fungus attacks the leaves of the coffee plant, covering them with a carpet of orange spores that prevents the leaves from doing their job. A badly infected tree loses the ability to produce fruit, and repeated infections over several seasons can kill the tree entirely. The disease had probably existed in East Africa for thousands of years, quietly coexisting with wild coffee in the forests where both had evolved. But when it encountered the dense, uniform plantations of colonial Ceylon, where thousands of genetically identical trees grew in close rows with no natural diversity to slow its progress, it exploded. What followed was one of the most devastating agricultural disasters in recorded history. In 1870, Ceylon exported roughly 118 million pounds of coffee, making it the world's third largest producer. The entire economy of the colony was built on coffee. Plantation owners had invested fortunes. Workers, primarily people brought from southern India under labor contracts, depended on the coffee industry for their livelihoods. The roads, the railways, the port facilities, all had been built to serve the coffee trade. By 1886, just 16 years after the first outbreak, Ceylon's coffee exports had fallen by 80%. By 1890, 90% of the land that had been planted with coffee was abandoned. The speed of the collapse was breathtaking. In barely 2 decades, an entire industry, one that had taken half a century to build and had seemed as permanent as the mountains themselves, was effectively destroyed. The human cost fell most heavily on the workers. Tens of thousands of laborers who had been brought from India, often under harsh terms, found themselves stranded on a collapsing island economy. Many were simply abandoned by their employers, as estates were sold for next to nothing or left to revert to jungle. These workers, who had built the coffee industry with their hands, were among its most vulnerable victims. The plantation owners scrambled for alternatives. Some tried other tropical crops, but the most successful replacement turned out to be tea. Small tea plantations had been established on an experimental basis in the 1860s, and the collapse of coffee gave tea the opening it needed. A Scottish planter who had set up a small tea estate became the pioneer of what would grow into one of the world's great tea industries. By the turn of the century, Ceylon had been transformed from a leading coffee producer into a leading tea producer, a shift that reshaped the island's economy, its society, and its place in the world. The name Ceylon tea is recognized around the globe to this day. The fungus did not stop at Ceylon. Over the following decades, it spread through the coffee-growing regions of India, Java, and eventually the rest of the tropical world. In Indonesia, the disease wiped out most of the original type of coffee the Dutch had planted. The colonial authorities responded by replacing it with a different, hardier species that could resist the disease but produced coffee of lesser quality. This substitution would have lasting effects on Indonesian coffee, which to this day is dominated by that tougher variety. The collapse of coffee in Asia had a profound effect on where coffee was grown around the world. As Asian producers lost their crops to the fungus, production shifted westward to Latin America, where the disease had not yet arrived. Brazil, already the world's dominant producer, strengthened its position. Colombia, Central America, and the Caribbean expanded their output to fill the gap. The center of gravity of global coffee production, which had been shared between Asia and the Americas, shifted decisively to the Western Hemisphere. Coffee leaf rust remained the most feared disease in the coffee world for the next century and a half. It continued to spread, reaching West Africa in the early 1900s and crossing the Atlantic to Brazil in 1970, where it caused widespread alarm, but, thanks to Brazil's larger plantations and more varied growing conditions, did not replicate the total destruction seen in Ceylon. A major outbreak struck Central America in 2012, devastating small farms in Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador, and pushing hundreds of thousands of coffee workers into poverty and migration. In Guatemala alone, the outbreak destroyed an estimated 70% of the coffee crop in affected areas. The lesson of Ceylon's catastrophe is, at its heart, a lesson about the dangers of growing a single crop over a vast area with almost no genetic variety. The colonial plantations were designed for efficiency and profit, not for survival. The trees were genetically identical, planted in dense rows with the natural forest cover removed to let in more sunlight. These conditions were perfect for the rapid spread of a disease and left the plantations with no natural defense. The wild coffee forests of Ethiopia, where coffee had coexisted with its diseases for thousands of years, contained a wealth of genetic variety that provided natural resistance. But the colonial planters had no access to that variety and no interest in it. They wanted uniform crops and consistent yields, And that is exactly what they got, right up until the moment when a tiny organism showed them the catastrophic price of uniformity. Today, as a warming climate pushes coffee-growing regions to higher elevations and warmer temperatures, coffee leaf rust is expected to become an even greater threat. The ghost of what happened in Ceylon haunts the modern coffee industry, a quiet reminder that the natural world, however patient it may seem, has its own ways of correcting the imbalances that human ambition creates. In 1819, a young German chemist named Friedlieb Ferdinand Runge received an unusual request. Runge was 25 years old and had recently impressed the scientific community by showing that an extract from a certain plant could cause the pupil of the eye to widen. He had been invited to demonstrate his work to one of the most famous men in Europe, the great German poet and thinker Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, who was keenly interested in the natural sciences. Goethe was delighted by the demonstration, and at the end of their meeting, he handed the young chemist a small box of coffee beans. You can use these in your investigations," he said. Runge did exactly that. Working with the beans Goethe had given him, he isolated a white, crystalline substance that he identified as the compound responsible for coffee's stimulating effects. He named it after the drink itself, and this was the birth of what we now call caffeine. It was a landmark moment, the first time anyone had pinpointed the specific ingredient behind the effects of one of the world's most widely consumed substances. This substance works in a rather elegant way. Throughout the day, a natural compound builds up in the brain that gradually makes you feel sleepy. It fits into specific receiving points in the brain's cells, like a key in a lock, and as it accumulates, the pressure to sleep grows stronger. Caffeine is shaped just enough like this natural sleep compound that it can slip into the same locks, but without activating them. It effectively blocks the door against drowsiness. The result is the state of alert wakefulness that coffee drinkers have prized for centuries. Caffeine also triggers the release of other natural brain chemicals associated with pleasure and alertness, which is why coffee does not merely make you less tired, but often makes you feel genuinely energized and focused. The effects of a single cup last, on average, about 5 hours, though this varies widely from person to person. Some people can drink coffee in the evening and sleep soundly. Others feel the effects of a morning cup well into the afternoon. This difference comes down to the tiny variations in our individual makeup that determine how quickly our bodies process the substance. But caffeine is only one of more than 1,000 different compounds that scientists have identified in roasted coffee. The journey from a green coffee bean to the rich, aromatic drink in your cup involves a series of changes so complex that researchers have spent 2 centuries studying them and still have not fully unraveled every detail. The green coffee bean before it is roasted is a rather unremarkable thing. It contains sugars, natural acids, fats, and caffeine, but none of the distinctive flavors or aromas we associate with coffee. All of that is created during roasting, when high temperatures trigger a cascade of changes that transform the bean's simple ingredients into something extraordinarily complex. The most important of these changes involves a reaction between sugars and certain other natural compounds that occurs when food is heated. This same reaction is responsible for the browning and flavor of bread crusts, grilled meat, and toasted marshmallows. In coffee, it generates the vast majority of the flavor and aroma that make the drink what it is. The result is an astonishing variety of compounds. Some contribute nutty, roasted notes. Others provide sweet, caramel-like aromas. Still others add earthy tones. And one particular compound present in the tiniest quantities but detectable by the human nose at the faintest trace produces that unmistakable coffee smell, perhaps one of the most recognizable scents in the entire world. The roasting process also creates the large, dark molecules that give coffee its characteristic brown color and its full, rich body. These molecules are chemically complex, and scientists are still studying their exact structure. They are known to contain substances that are beneficial to health, which may help explain some of the positive effects of coffee drinking that modern research has begun to uncover. The science of brewing, the process of drawing out the good flavors from ground coffee into water, is equally detailed. The ideal cup depends on the size of the ground particles, the temperature of the water, how long the water and coffee are in contact, and the ratio between them. There is a narrow window between too little extraction, which gives you a sour, underdeveloped taste, and too much extraction, which produces bitterness. Professional coffee makers and scientists spend entire careers trying to understand and control this balance, seeking the sweet spot where the acids, the sugars, and the deeper flavors are perfectly in harmony. The history of coffee science is also the history of the people who unlocked these secrets. Just 1 year after Runge's discovery, French chemists independently found the same substance in coffee. Around the same time, a French researcher identified caffeine in tea, confirming that the stimulant in both drinks was one and the same. The detailed structure of caffeine was worked out by a German scientist in 1895, work that contributed to his winning one of the highest prizes in chemistry. The 20th century brought powerful new tools to the study of coffee. Advanced techniques for separating and identifying chemical compounds allowed researchers to catalog the hundreds of different substances produced during roasting. The development of systematic tasting methods, combining chemical measurements with panels of trained human tasters, created a framework for understanding how specific compounds translate into the flavors and aromas that you and I perceive when we raise a cup to our lips. One of the most significant recent advances is the mapping of the complete genetic code of the coffee plant, accomplished in its most thorough form in 2024. This work revealed the plant's ancient hybrid origins and identified the specific genes responsible for producing caffeine and for the compounds that give coffee its bitter and complex qualities. This genetic information is now being used to develop new varieties with better resistance to disease, greater tolerance of changing climates, and improved flavor, work that is urgently needed as the future of coffee growing faces growing uncertainty. The science inside a coffee bean is, in the end, a story of remarkable complexity hiding within a familiar package. Every time someone roasts green coffee, or pours water through grounds, or lifts a cup to their nose and inhales that warm, rich scent, they are participating in a chain of events that scientists have studied for over 200 years and still do not completely understand. That casual suggestion from a great poet to a young chemist in 1819 opened a door to one of the richest and most surprising areas of food science, and it remains a door that has not yet been fully explored. On the cattle trails of the American West, in the years following the Civil War, there was one item that no trail cook could afford to run out of. It was not beans, not dry bread, not whiskey. It was coffee. Cowboys who worked 16-hour days in the saddle, driving herds of cattle across hundreds of miles of open range from Texas to the railroad towns of Kansas, depended on coffee the way they depended on their horses. It was the first thing they drank in the morning, the last thing they drank at night, and the thing that kept them going through the long, dusty, bone-weary hours in between. Until the end of the Civil War, coffee in America had been sold as unroasted green beans that the buyer was expected to roast, grind, and brew at home. This was a slow and unpredictable process. Roasting over a campfire or a wood stove required constant attention, and a single moment of distraction could burn the whole batch. The frontier needed a better answer, and in 1865, two brothers from Pittsburgh provided one. They developed a method for roasting coffee beans in advance and coating them with a glaze that sealed in the flavor and extended how long they would keep. The result was the first mass-produced, pre-roasted coffee sold in the country. Shipped across the West in sturdy wooden crates, it became so dominant that many cowboys did not know any other brand existed. Each package included a small but delightful bonus, a stick of peppermint candy. On the trail, the The candy was traditionally given to whichever cowboy volunteered for the tedious job of grinding the coffee. This tiny detail tells you something about the role coffee played in frontier life. It was not a luxury. It was a necessity, the fuel that powered the work of westward expansion, and even the task of preparing it was treated as labor that deserved a reward. While that brand dominated the West, other coffee companies were building their empires in other parts of the country. In San Francisco, a man who had arrived during the gold rush established a company that became the dominant brand of the Pacific Coast. In Nashville, Tennessee, a grocer created a special blend for a grand hotel, and the coffee became so popular with guests that he decided to sell it to the public under the hotel's name. That brand would become one of the most recognized names in American consumer history. The legend of its most famous slogan involves a president. According to the company's own story, when the president visited a historic estate near Nashville, he was served a cup of the hotel's coffee and declared it good to the last drop. The story was used in advertising for decades. In reality, the slogan was created by a company executive, and the president's actual comment was considerably less catchy. But the legend stuck, and that is often what matters most in the history of brands. The American coffee industry of the late 1800s and early 1900s was built on mass production, aggressive advertising, and the relentless drive to make coffee as cheap and as easy as possible. The emphasis was on quantity and consistency rather than quality. Coffee was roasted dark to hide variations in the beans, ground fine, and sold in airtight metal cans that could sit on store shelves for months. The percolator, which became the standard home brewing device from the 1920s through the early 1970s, worked by cycling boiling water through the coffee again and again, extracting maximum flavor but also maximum bitterness. The American diner became the defining coffee venue of the mid-20th century. From the 1920s through the 1960s, diners served as the democratic version of the European cafe, places where anyone could sit at a counter, order a cup of coffee and a meal, and feel at home. The bottomless cup, a uniquely American tradition in which the server kept your mug perpetually topped off at no extra charge, became a symbol of generosity and easy hospitality. The coffee itself was, by most standards, not very good. It was weak, bitter, over-extracted, and kept warm on a burner for hours until it developed a scorched taste that became so familiar that many Americans came to believe this was simply what coffee was supposed to taste like. In 1972, a device appeared that would change how Americans made coffee at home. A real estate developer from Cleveland, who had noticed that coffee made at home never tasted as good as coffee from a restaurant, partnered with a friend to create an automatic drip coffee maker. By dripping hot water through a paper filter just once, rather than cycling it repeatedly like a percolator, the machine produced a cleaner and smoother cup. When a beloved retired baseball legend was recruited as the company's spokesman, the combination of a better product and a famous face proved irresistible. The machine sold more than 1 million units in its first year. Within a few years, it had become one of the most popular kitchen appliances in the country. The story of coffee in America, from the cattle trails of the 1870s to the kitchen countertops of the 1970s, is a story of a nation's love affair with convenience. Americans did not consciously reject quality. They simply prioritized ease, affordability, and speed. The result was a coffee culture that was welcoming and everywhere present, but, by the standards of the traditions that had developed in Ethiopia, Turkey, Italy, and Vienna, remarkably indifferent to the taste of the drink itself. This indifference would create the opening for the revolutions that were coming. First, the second wave led by a company that would change everything, and then the third wave which would transform American coffee culture from the ground up. But before those revolutions could arrive, America had to pass through the age of instant coffee, a development that would take the nation's love of convenience to its logical extreme. In the summer of 1901, a Japanese chemist stood in the sweltering heat of a great exhibition in Buffalo, New York, handing out free samples of a strange brown powder to curious passers-by. He had spent years experimenting with methods of drying brewed coffee into a powder that could be brought back to life simply by adding hot water. The powder he was distributing that day was, by most accounts, the first instant coffee ever tasted by the American public. Some visitors found it a novelty worth talking about. Others found the taste poor and the whole idea rather strange. But the chemist filed his patent, and 2 years later received official recognition for his coffee concentrate. His claim to being first, however, is not undisputed. More than a decade earlier, an inventor in New Zealand had patented his own version of instant coffee, a dry powder made using hot air. Whether that earlier product was ever widely distributed remains unclear, but the patent predates the Japanese chemist's work by more than 10 years. Neither of these men, though, was the person who brought instant coffee to the mass market. That honor belongs to a Belgian-born American inventor living in Guatemala. According to one story, he noticed a fine powdery residue that had formed on the silver spout of his coffee pot, a natural deposit of dried coffee extract. Whether that story is true or not, it inspired him to develop a commercial process for making coffee that could be dissolved instantly in water. By 1910, he was selling his product in the United States, and it found its first large-scale audience during the First World War. The convenience of a coffee that could be prepared in a trench with nothing more than hot water and a tin cup made it enormously popular with soldiers. But the story of instant coffee's rise to global dominance truly begins in South America, in the overflowing warehouses of Brazil, and in the laboratories of a Swiss food company. In the early 1930s, Brazil was drowning in coffee. The Great Depression had crushed demand around the world, and millions of bags of unsold surplus sat in Brazilian warehouses. The Brazilian government, which was already burning and dumping coffee in a desperate attempt to support prices, approached the Swiss company with an unusual proposal. Could they develop a way to preserve the surplus as a stable, long-lasting product? A chemist was given the task. The challenge was enormous. He had to find a way to dry brewed coffee into a powder while keeping its flavor and aroma, the very qualities that vanish most easily when coffee is dehydrated. His first attempts produced compressed tablets that dissolved poorly and tasted nothing like the real thing. He spent 7 years experimenting with different approaches before discovering that adding a small amount of a natural stabilizer to the coffee extract before drying it preserved the flavor and improved the texture. The final product was a fine, brown, instantly dissolving powder that, when mixed with hot water, produced something recognizably close to a cup of coffee. The product launched in Switzerland in the spring of 1938, and it sold through its entire yearly supply in just 2 months. It was introduced across Europe and the Americas within the following year, and its timing turned out to be, from a commercial perspective, almost eerily fortunate. Within 18 months of its launch, Europe was at war. The Second World War transformed instant coffee from a commercial success into a worldwide phenomenon. The American military needed to provide its millions of soldiers with a portable, durable, easy-to-prepare source of energy, and instant coffee was the ideal solution. By 1941, the product was included in the emergency ration packs issued to every departing American soldier. Within a year, the military was purchasing the entire annual production of the company's American facilities, more than 1 million cases. The demand was so enormous that coffee had to be rationed on the home front to make sure the troops had enough. For American soldiers fighting across North Africa, Italy, France, the Pacific, and dozens of other places, instant coffee became one of the few reliable comforts available. Field medics used hot coffee, given 1 careful spoonful at a time, to help prevent shock in wounded men. The daily ritual of heating water in a canteen cup and dissolving a spoonful of powder became as much a part of the soldier's routine as cleaning a weapon. The slang term for a cup of coffee took on new meaning during the war, as millions of young men came to associate the drink with survival, with warmth, and with the brief, precious moments of normality that broke through the chaos of combat. When those soldiers came home, they brought their taste for instant coffee with them. American coffee consumption roughly doubled between 1900 and 1946, and much of this growth was driven by the instant variety. In the post-war years, the Swiss company also shipped its product in care packages to the devastated populations of Europe and Japan, introducing instant coffee to markets where it would remain dominant for decades. The technology continued to improve. The original method, which sprayed liquid coffee into a hot chamber where the water evaporated instantly, produced a functional but largely flavorless product. In the 1960s, a new process called freeze-drying was introduced. In this method, the coffee extract is frozen into solid slabs, then placed in a special chamber where the ice is removed directly as vapor, leaving behind crystalline granules that keep more of the delicate compounds responsible for coffee's aroma and taste. Freeze-dried instant coffee was a genuine improvement, and premium brands marketed it as a step up from the ordinary powder. By the 1970s, instant coffee accounted for roughly a third of all coffee consumed in the United States and dominated markets across much of the rest of the world. In some countries, it captured more than 90% of the market. In many parts of the developing world, instant coffee was the only form of the drink widely available, and the most famous brand became one of the most recognized names on earth. The convenience that instant coffee represented was, in many ways, the logical conclusion of a trend that had begun with pre-roasted beans in the 1860s. Each new development, from roasting to vacuum sealing to automatic drip machines, had made coffee easier to prepare. Instant coffee simply removed the preparation entirely. The cost of this convenience, however, was quality. Even the best instant coffee could not match the complexity and freshness of properly brewed coffee, and the widespread acceptance of instant coffee during the mid-20th century contributed to a general decline in coffee standards that would not be reversed for decades. The story of instant coffee is, in the end, the story of what happens when a culture values speed above all else. It begins with a chemist handing out samples in a Buffalo exhibition hall, passes through the trenches of 2 world wars, and arrives at a world where billions of cups are prepared every day by people who have never seen a coffee bean or heard the sound of a grinder. For many of those people, instant coffee is not a compromise. It is simply what coffee is. In the German port city of Bremen, in the first years of the 20th century, a young merchant named Ludwig Roselius was consumed by a singular obsession. His father, a prosperous coffee trader, had died at the age of 59, and Roselius was convinced that the cause of his father's early death was the caffeine in the coffee he had drunk every day of his adult life. Whether this medical theory was correct is, to put it gently, quite doubtful. But the grief was real, and it drove Roselius to attempt something no one had ever achieved, removing the caffeine from coffee while keeping the flavor that made it worth drinking. Roselius assembled a team of chemists, and in 1903 they succeeded. The method was crude by modern standards. A shipment of coffee beans had been accidentally soaked in seawater during transport, and Roselius noticed that the beans had lost much of their caffeine while keeping some of their taste. Building on this happy accident, his team developed a process in which green coffee beans were steamed and then treated with a chemical solvent that dissolved and removed the caffeine. The resulting beans could be roasted and brewed like normal coffee, producing a cup that was recognizably coffee but contained only a fraction of the stimulant. Roselius patented the process and began selling the product in Germany under one brand name and in France under another, a name that meant without caffeine and that would eventually become familiar to coffee drinkers around the world. The brand reached the United States around 1909 or 1910. The chemical solvent that Roselius used was later discovered to be harmful, and it was eventually replaced by safer alternatives. Over the course of the 20th century, Several different methods of removing caffeine were developed, each with its own approach to the same fundamental challenge. How do you take out the caffeine without taking out everything else that makes coffee taste like coffee? One widely used method involves soaking the beans in hot water to draw out the caffeine and other dissolved compounds, then treating the water with a solvent that targets only the caffeine. The beans never touch the solvent directly, which makes the process gentler on the flavor. Another method, first proposed in the 1930s and made commercially practical in the 1980s, uses a specially pressurized form of a common gas. Under high pressure, this gas becomes a remarkable solvent that selectively dissolves caffeine while leaving the flavor compounds largely untouched. The process is expensive, but produces what many consider the cleanest tasting decaffeinated coffee available. Yet another approach, developed in Switzerland and later commercialized in Canada, uses no chemical solvents at all. Green coffee beans are soaked in hot water that has already been loaded with coffee flavor compounds but contains no caffeine. Because the water is already full of everything except caffeine, only the caffeine moves out of the beans. The caffeine is then filtered out of the water using natural charcoal, and the water is recycled for the next batch. The process is slow but effective, and its completely chemical-free nature has made it popular with health-conscious buyers. Despite all these advances, decaffeinated coffee has carried a cultural stigma that has proven surprisingly stubborn. For much of the 20th century, decaf was widely seen as coffee's lesser cousin, a drink for the elderly, the nervous, or the medically fragile. The reputation was not entirely undeserved. Early methods often stripped away flavor along with caffeine, producing a flat, lifeless brew that seemed to confirm every suspicion. The association of decaf with weakness became a familiar joke, reinforced in countless sitcom punchlines and in the patronizing tone that seemed built into the question, regular or decaf, as if there were only one correct answer. In recent years, however, the market for decaffeinated coffee has grown steadily. Health-conscious consumers, expectant mothers following medical advice, and people who simply want to enjoy a cup in the evening without losing sleep have all helped drive this growth. Specialty coffee companies have begun applying the same care to their decaf offerings as to their regular coffees, using high-quality beans and gentle processing methods. The result has been a slow but genuine improvement in decaf quality, which has begun, bit by bit, to soften the old stigma. And now here is perhaps the most remarkable twist in the story of caffeine-free coffee, and it came not from a laboratory but from a forest. In 2008, scientists working in a forest reserve in western Cameroon identified a new species of coffee plant that contained no caffeine whatsoever. Not reduced caffeine, not trace amounts, but zero caffeine. This was the result of a natural change in the plant's own genetic code that caused it to produce a different, milder compound instead. The discovery sent a ripple of excitement through the coffee research world. If the genes responsible for this natural caffeine absence could be introduced into the types of coffee we already grow, it might be possible to produce beans that are naturally free of caffeine, eliminating the need for any processing at all. The beans would keep all the flavor compounds that even the gentlest methods inevitably remove, producing a cup indistinguishable from regular coffee in every way except its lack of stimulant. Research along these lines is ongoing, though it faces real challenges. The wild plant in question has poor farming qualities, and breeding it with commercial varieties is not straightforward. But the prospect of a naturally caffeine-free coffee bean grown on a farm rather than processed in a factory remains one of the most tantalizing frontiers in coffee science. Ludwig Roselius, the grieving son who started all of this, could never have imagined where his quest would lead. He could not have known that scientists would one day use pressurized gases and natural charcoal to accomplish what he had done with harsh chemicals, or that a wild plant in an African forest might someday make the entire enterprise unnecessary. What he would have understood, though, is the enduring human desire to have it both ways, to drink the coffee and skip the consequences. That desire has not changed in over a century, and it shows no sign of fading. On a spring morning in 1884, an inventor from the Italian city of Turin walked into a great exhibition carrying the drawings for a machine he believed would change the way Italians drank coffee. He was a prosperous hotel owner who had grown frustrated watching his guests wait for their coffee to brew. The standard methods of the time, whether drip or press, were slow. His idea was to use the force of steam and pressurized water to push hot water through a bed of ground coffee, producing a concentrated cup in seconds rather than minutes. His patent, granted that same year, described the first machine that could reasonably be called an espresso machine. But this inventor was a hotel man, not a manufacturer. He built machines for his own establishments and never produced them for the wider market. The device he had created would wait nearly 20 years for someone else to refine it and bring it to the world. That someone was a manufacturer from Milan who in 1901 filed a patent for an improved version of the concept. His key innovation was a handled metal device that locked into the machine and held a small dose of very finely ground coffee. Steam pressure from the boiler forced hot water through the grounds, producing a single concentrated cup made expressly for the person who ordered it. The word espresso comes from this very idea: coffee expressed, pressed out, made on the spot. The machine could produce a cup in roughly 30 seconds, a speed perfectly suited to the fast rhythm of Italian city life. This second inventor, like the first, was better at creating than at selling. In 1903, an entrepreneur from Milan purchased his patent and began producing the machine commercially. At a major international exhibition in Milan in 1906, the machine was demonstrated to the public for the first time. The response was enthusiastic, and within a few years, espresso machines began appearing in cafes across Italy. But these early machines had a real limitation. They relied on steam pressure alone, which meant the water was heated well above boiling. Coffee brewed at such extreme temperatures tends to be harsh and bitter, qualities usually masked by adding milk or sugar. The man who solved this problem and created espresso as we know it today was a bar owner and tinkerer from Milan. In 1938, he patented a machine that used a spring-loaded piston operated by the person behind the counter pulling a lever to force water through the coffee at much greater pressure than steam alone could generate. Because the water was pushed by a mechanical spring rather than by steam, it did not need to be heated past boiling. The resulting coffee was smoother, less bitter, and most strikingly, topped with a layer of golden brown foam that had never been seen before. This foam was created by the high pressure turning the coffee's natural oils into a silky layer of tiny bubbles. It became the visual signature of a properly made espresso, the gleaming tiger-striped surface that would captivate coffee lovers for generations to come. This lever machine, produced commercially from 1948 onward, marked the beginning of the modern espresso era. The machines themselves were beautiful objects, tall and polished, made of gleaming metal with decorative figures perched on top. They required genuine skill to operate. The person behind the counter had to pull the lever with exactly the right force and timing to extract the coffee at the correct pressure and speed. The Italian word for bartender began to take on a new, more specialized meaning during this period, referring to someone who had mastered the art of the espresso machine. The espresso bar became the social center of Italian daily life in the years after the Second World War, with an efficiency and intimacy that no other country's coffee culture could quite match. The typical Italian bar was small, crowded, and fast. There were no comfortable chairs or leisurely conversations. Customers entered, stood at the counter, ordered their espresso, drank it in 2 or 3 quick sips, paid, and left. The entire visit took less than 2 minutes. A single espresso cost very little, kept affordable by government price controls that lasted for decades. The bar was not a destination. It was a punctuation mark in the day, a brief, intense moment of pleasure that divided morning from work, work from lunch, lunch from afternoon. The drinks that emerged from Italian espresso culture became a vocabulary that the entire world would eventually learn. The cappuccino, named for a religious order whose brown robes matched the color of coffee mixed with milk, was a morning drink consumed with breakfast and never, in the view of traditional Italians, after mid-morning. The name had actually first been used in Austria, where coffee makers created a drink topped with whipped cream, but it was the Italian version, made with steamed and foamed milk poured over a shot of espresso, that captured the world. A stained coffee, marked with just a small spot of foam, offered a milder option. A shorter, more concentrated version gave the most intense experience, and a longer pull, with more water passing through the grounds, gave the most diluted. The spread of Italian espresso culture beyond Italy began in the 1950s and picked up speed through the 60s and 70s. Italian immigrants carried their coffee traditions to the countries where they settled, opening espresso bars in Melbourne, Buenos Aires, New York, London, and dozens of other cities. One Italian household item deserves special mention. In 1933, a metalworker from the north of Italy designed a small, octagonal stovetop brewer after observing the design of early washing machines. His device used a simple principle. Water in a lower chamber was heated until steam pressure forced it upward through a funnel of ground coffee and into an upper chamber. The brewer was inexpensive, nearly impossible to break, and produced a strong, concentrated coffee at home. By the time of the inventor's death, more than 100 million had been sold, and the little brewer had become such a beloved symbol of Italian life that its creator's ashes were laid to rest inside a full-size replica of his invention. But it was not until the 1980s and 90s that espresso truly went global, carried by a company that was not Italian at all, but that had been profoundly inspired by Italian coffee culture. When a young American businessman walked into a Milan espresso bar in 1983 and experienced the ritual, the warmth, and the sense of community of Italian coffee for the first time, he saw something that his own country did not yet have. His vision of bringing that experience to America would create the most successful coffee company in history and transform espresso from an Italian tradition into a global language. The Espresso Revolution, which began with patent drawings in a Turin exhibition hall, had taken exactly 100 years to reach its moment of worldwide acceleration. And when that moment arrived, it changed everything. In the central highlands of Vietnam, in a province of rich red soil, there is a landscape that would have been unrecognizable to the people who lived there just 40 years ago. Where dense tropical forest once stood, an ocean of coffee plants now stretches to the horizon in every direction, row upon row of dark green bushes heavy with clusters of red and green cherries. This is the heart of one of the most extraordinary agricultural transformations in modern history. The rise of Vietnam from a country that produced almost no coffee in 1975 to the second largest coffee producer on Earth, surpassed only by Brazil. Coffee first arrived in Vietnam in 1857, carried by a French priest who planted a single tree as a curiosity. The French colonial administration, recognizing the potential of the highland climate, established the first serious plantations in the 1880s. In the early 20th century, the focus shifted to the hardier variety of coffee, which proved far better suited to the warmer temperatures and heavier rainfall of the central highlands. The Vietnam War devastated the country's small coffee industry, along with nearly everything else. When the war ended in 1975 and the country was unified, coffee production was almost non-existent. As late as 1990, Vietnam was responsible for just 1% of global coffee trade, a tiny footnote that gave no hint of what was about to happen. The transformation was sparked by a program of economic reform launched in 1986. Collective farms were broken up, private land ownership was permitted for the first time, and farmers were allowed to sell their crops freely instead of handing them over to the state at fixed prices. The effect on coffee was explosive. Smallholder farmers, many of them people who had been resettled in the highlands under government programs, began planting coffee with extraordinary energy. The economics were compelling. Coffee was an export crop that brought in foreign currency, and the highland conditions were ideal for the hardier variety, which is more productive, more resistant to disease, and easier to grow than the more delicate type. The numbers tell a story that defied all expectations. In a single decade from 1990 to 2000, the land planted with coffee in Vietnam expanded nearly eightfold. Production rose by more than 2,000% in that same period. By the year 2000, Vietnam had overtaken every other producing nation except Brazil. Today, Vietnam produces over 1.5 million tons of coffee annually, and its beans are found in instant coffee blends, espresso blends, and supermarket brands around the world. The human story behind these numbers is both uplifting and complicated. For hundreds of thousands of farming families, coffee brought a level of prosperity that would have been unthinkable a generation earlier. Families that had survived on rice and root vegetables built concrete houses, sent their children to school, and purchased motorcycles. The provincial capital transformed from a quiet highland town into a bustling commercial center. But the speed of Vietnam's expansion also sent shockwaves around the world. The enormous volume of cheap coffee that Vietnam poured onto the global market was one of the direct causes of a devastating price crisis in the early 2000s, which pushed millions of farmers in other countries into poverty. And within Vietnam itself, the coffee boom brought environmental costs, the clearing of forests, the draining of soils, and the overuse of water in regions where the supply was already falling. Vietnam was not the only new frontier. Across Africa, the continent where coffee was born, commercial production expanded dramatically in the decades after independence. In Ethiopia, coffee remained the most important export, produced primarily by small farmers on plots of less than 2 hectares using methods that had changed little in centuries. Ethiopian coffee is treasured by specialty buyers for its extraordinary range of flavors, from bright berry and wine notes in one region to jasmine and citrus in another, to deep, earthy richness in a third. And the wild coffee forests of southwestern Ethiopia remain the great storehouse of genetic diversity for the coffee plant, a resource of value beyond calculation to the entire global industry. Kenya developed a reputation for producing some of the finest and most distinctive coffees in the world, grown on the volcanic slopes of the country's highest mountain. Kenyan coffee is known for its bright, complex acidity and intense fruit flavors. The country's coffee auction system, based in the capital, became a model of openness that other producing nations tried to follow. Rwanda, a country whose name became tragically linked with genocide in the 1990s, turned to specialty coffee as a tool of recovery and healing. Beginning in the early 2000s, with support from international organizations, Rwandan farmers began producing carefully processed coffees that quickly gained attention in specialty markets. The country's first international coffee competition showcased beans that rivaled the best in the world and demonstrated the power of coffee to generate hope even in a place scarred by unimaginable suffering. In Indonesia, where the Dutch had established plantations centuries earlier, coffee evolved in distinctive ways. On the island of Sumatra, farmers developed a unique method of processing in which the outer layer is removed while the beans are still damp, producing a coffee with a heavy body, low acidity, and deep earthy flavors. This was not an aesthetic choice but a practical one, born from the humid climate that made traditional drying unreliable. The resulting taste became a defining characteristic of Indonesian coffee, prized around the world. In Central America, countries continued to refine their production, focusing increasingly on quality and the unique character of their growing regions. One valley sheltered by 3 volcanoes produced coffees of such consistent quality that the region's name became a brand in its own right. The global map of coffee production today encompasses more than 70 countries across the tropics, from Hawaii to Papua New Guinea. Total production exceeds 175 million bags per year, and coffee is consumed in virtually every nation on Earth. But the geography of coffee is shifting. A warming climate is pushing growing zones to higher elevations, and new producers are emerging in places that were previously thought unsuitable. The journey of coffee from a wild plant in the forests of Ethiopia to a crop grown on every tropical continent is a story of extraordinary human ambition, ingenuity, and sometimes exploitation. It is a story that is far from over, and that continues to unfold in ways that would surely astonish the ancient gatherers who first recognized the remarkable properties of a small red cherry growing in the shade of their forest home. In the late 1950s, an American senator stood before Congress and delivered a warning that framed coffee not as a simple commodity, but as a weapon. Coffee prices had been falling for years, and the economies of Latin American nations that depended on coffee exports were crumbling. The senator told his colleagues that ensuring healthy coffee prices was a matter of life and death, and that if nothing was done about the collapse in raw material prices, communist revolution would spread across the Western Hemisphere like a disease. He was not exaggerating for dramatic effect, or at least his audience did not think so. The revolution in Cuba in 1959 had sent shockwaves through Washington. The transformation of Cuba into an ally of the Soviet Union, just a short distance from the coast of Florida, had changed everything. The American government understood that the poverty and inequality that had helped fuel the Cuban Revolution existed in varying degrees throughout Latin America, and that coffee, the most important export for many of these nations, was at the center of the problem. If coffee prices kept falling, and millions of farmers continued to sink into poverty, the conditions that had produced revolution in Cuba could produce similar upheavals in a dozen other countries. The solution that Washington and its allies devised was an international agreement signed in 1962 under a newly created organization based in London. At its heart, the agreement was a managed market system. Each producing country was assigned a limit on how much coffee it could export, and consuming countries agreed to buy only from nations that were part of the agreement. The goal was to keep coffee prices within a range that was fair to farmers without being too costly for consumers, a delicate balance that required constant negotiation and adjustment. The agreement was not purely generous. For the United States, it was an instrument of Cold War foreign policy. By stabilizing coffee prices and supporting the economies of coffee-producing nations, Washington hoped to protect them from the appeal of communist revolution. The cost of paying slightly more for coffee was trivial compared to the cost of military intervention or the strategic disaster of losing more countries to the opposing side. For producing countries, the agreement was a lifeline. Coffee accounted for more than half of export earnings in several Central American and African nations, and the wild swings in price that characterized an unregulated market were devastating to economies that had no other significant source of income. The agreement, imperfect as it was, provided a measure of stability and predictability that allowed governments to plan and to invest in the things their people needed. The system worked more or less for the better part of 3 decades. Coffee prices stayed within the agreed-upon range for most of the 1960s and 70s, and producing countries experienced periods of real prosperity. The organization that managed the agreement became a significant international institution, with more than 40 exporting and 25 importing member countries representing the vast majority of global coffee production and consumption. But the agreement was always fragile, vulnerable to the conflicting interests of its members and to the larger political forces that had brought it into being. Producing countries constantly pushed for larger quotas, arguing that they were being prevented from selling coffee they had already grown. Consuming countries complained about prices they considered artificially high. Brazil, as the largest producer, wielded outsized influence and frequently clashed with smaller producers over how the quotas were divided. African nations that grew the hardier type of coffee felt disadvantaged by a system they believed was designed to benefit Latin American growers of the more delicate variety. The cracks widened through the 1980s. Consumer preferences were shifting toward milder, higher quality coffees. Countries outside the agreement were expanding their production, undercutting the system's effectiveness. And the political logic that had created the agreement in the first place was eroding. The Cold War was winding down, and the strategic urgency that had motivated the United States to support price stabilization was fading. The end came in July of 1989, when negotiations over new export limits collapsed. Brazil refused to accept terms that it believed would cost it market share. The United States, under a government that championed free markets and with the threat of communist expansion receding, showed little interest in forcing a compromise. The quota provisions were suspended, and the global coffee market returned to an unregulated state for the first time in nearly 30 years. The consequences were devastating and almost immediate. Without quotas to hold back supply, producing countries raced to sell as much coffee as they could, flooding the market. Prices fell sharply, dropping by nearly half within 3 years. For countries where coffee was the main source of income, the impact was catastrophic. Government revenues declined, social programs were cut, infrastructure projects were shelved. Millions of farming families watched their incomes shrink to levels that could barely sustain them. The collapse also accelerated changes in the structure of the global coffee market that would define the industry for decades. Without coordinated supply management, the market became a pure competition of price, and the countries with the lowest production costs, particularly Brazil and the rapidly expanding Vietnam, held the advantage. Smaller producers in Central America and Africa, where costs were higher and farms were smaller, found themselves unable to compete. The years between the collapse of the agreement in 1989 and the devastating global coffee crisis of the early 2000s were, for millions of coffee farming families, an era of steadily deepening hardship. The free market that economists had championed as a path to efficiency proved, for the people who actually grew the coffee, to be a path to poverty and displacement. And here is the quiet irony of the whole episode. The agreement was destroyed by the very forces it had been created to contain. The fear of communist revolution had motivated the United States to support stable coffee prices. When the threat of revolution receded, that motivation vanished. The farmers who had been protected as a shield against revolution were abandoned once the revolution was no longer a danger. Coffee had been a tool of the Cold War, and when the war ended, the tool was set aside, and the people who had served as its justification were left to fend for themselves. In the highlands of western Guatemala, near the border with Mexico, there is a road that climbs through pine forests and cornfields to small communities where coffee has been the only source of income for generations. In the early 2000s, families along this road were making a decision that no one should ever have to face. The coffee they had tended with care through months of cultivation, harvesting, and processing was selling for less than it cost them to grow. They could continue farming and go deeper into debt, or they could leave their land and try to find work somewhere else. Many chose to leave. Some walked north toward the border, beginning the dangerous journey toward the United States. Others moved to the capital city, joining the growing population of urban poor. Those who stayed watched as their neighbors' farms fell into neglect, the unpicked cherries rotting on the branches. This scene was repeated, with local variations, across virtually every coffee-producing country on Earth during the global coffee crisis of the early 2000s. It was the worst price collapse in the modern history of coffee, a catastrophe that pushed an estimated 25 million coffee farming families, representing perhaps 100 million people, into varying degrees of hardship, from reduced incomes to outright destitution. The numbers are difficult to hear but important to understand. The standard benchmark for global coffee prices fell by more than 20% in 1 year, then another 25% the next, then nearly 30% the year after that, reaching its lowest level in decades. In plain terms, a farmer who was growing high-quality coffee at a cost of roughly 60 to 80 cents per pound was being offered 45 to 50 cents for that coffee on the open market. Every bag they sold deepened their loss. The causes had been building for years. The collapse of the international agreement in 1989 had removed the system of quotas that had kept supply and demand in rough balance. Without those limits, producing countries rushed to grow more coffee, hoping to make up for lower prices through sheer volume, a strategy that only made the problem worse. Global production was growing at more than 3% per year, while demand was growing at barely half that rate. The surplus grew relentlessly. Two countries bore particular responsibility for the oversupply. Brazil had modernized its coffee farms during the 1990s, adopting machines, irrigation systems, and high-yielding plant varieties that dramatically increased output. And Vietnam, as we have seen, had undergone one of the most rapid agricultural expansions in modern history, going from almost no production to becoming the world's second-largest producer in barely a decade. Much of Vietnam's output was lower-quality coffee that flooded the instant coffee market and pushed down prices across the board. The crisis was made worse by the way the coffee industry was structured. A handful of enormous companies that roasted and sold coffee to consumers controlled much of the market, while millions of small, scattered farmers competed to sell their raw beans. The large companies had the power to set terms, and when prices fell, they benefited from cheaper ingredients while keeping their retail prices the same or even raising them. The gap between what a consumer paid for a cup of coffee and what the farmer received for the beans that made it grew wider and wider during the crisis. The human toll was devastating and widespread. In Colombia, some farmers who could no longer survive on coffee income turned to growing the raw material for illegal drugs, which offered higher and more reliable returns. In Mexico, farmers unable to pay their debts attempted dangerous border crossings into the United States, and some lost their lives in the attempt. In Vietnam, farmers who had borrowed money to plant coffee were selling their possessions to satisfy their creditors. In Ethiopia, where coffee accounted for more than 60% of all export earnings, the crisis led to cuts in government spending on health and education that affected millions of people who had never seen a coffee plant. Central America was especially hard hit. In Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador, where coffee was the economic foundation of whole regions, the crisis pushed hundreds of thousands of seasonal workers into unemployment. The people who depended on the coffee harvest for the bulk of their annual income found themselves with no work and no alternatives. Hunger increased in coffee-growing communities. Children were pulled from school to help their families survive. Young people who might otherwise have stayed on the land began the journey northward, part of a migration that would become one of the defining human movements of the early 21st century. The international community was slow to respond. The development institutions that had generally supported the free market approach were reluctant to step in. The consuming countries, whose citizens were enjoying low coffee prices, had little political motivation to act. The coffee industry itself was conflicted. The biggest companies were profiting from cheap beans, and anything that raised prices would cut into their margins. The crisis gradually eased after 2004, helped by weather problems that reduced production in Brazil, growing demand in countries like China and India, and the expanding specialty coffee market that was willing to pay more for better beans. Prices recovered, though they remained unpredictable and, for many farmers, still not enough to provide a decent life. But the scars of the crisis remained long after the prices improved. Entire communities had been emptied by migration. Farming knowledge and traditions had been lost as young people abandoned agriculture for whatever work they could find in the cities. The trust between farmers and the global market had been shattered, replaced by a deep cynicism about the promises of free trade and development that would take decades to mend, if it could be mended at all. The coffee crisis was not a freak event. It was the predictable result of a system in which the people who produce one of the world's most beloved products have almost no control over the price they receive. The farmers who tend the plants, who pick the ripe cherries by hand on steep mountainsides, who wash and dry and sort the beans with painstaking care, receive on average less than 1/10 of the retail price of the coffee they produce. The crisis made this unfairness visible, if only briefly, and it created the conditions for a growing movement toward fairer trade that continues to this day. In the remote mountains of southern Mexico, in the mid-1980s, a Dutch development worker was living among indigenous coffee farmers and witnessing a slow-motion catastrophe. The farmers grew some of the finest coffee in Mexico on small terraced plots carved into steep mountain slopes, but they were receiving prices that barely covered the cost of carrying their beans to market. Middlemen traveled through the mountains buying coffee at rock-bottom prices, then sold it to exporters at significant markups. The farmers, isolated and with no way to know what their coffee was actually worth, had no bargaining power at all. The development worker was convinced that the answer lay not in charity but in changing the terms of trade. If a way could be found to connect these farmers directly to consumers in wealthier countries who were willing to pay a fair price, the middlemen could be bypassed and the farmers could keep a larger share of the value they were creating. The idea was not entirely new. Alternative trading organizations had existed since the 1940s, when religious groups in Europe and North America had begun importing goods from developing countries through non-commercial channels. But this man wanted something bigger, a market-based system with a certification label that would guarantee consumers the product they were buying had been purchased at a fair price. Working with a colleague from a Dutch development organization, he created the world's first fair trade certification label. They named it after the hero of a famous 19th-century Dutch novel that had exposed the brutal exploitation of farmers under the colonial system in Java. The name was a deliberate provocation, linking the modern coffee trade to its colonial past and challenging Dutch consumers to see the uncomfortable similarities. In November of 1988, the first certified fair trade coffee went on sale in Dutch supermarkets. The coffee had been purchased from the cooperative in Mexico, and the label guaranteed that the farmers had received a minimum price that covered their costs plus a premium for community improvements. Consumers paid a slightly higher retail price in exchange for the assurance that their purchase was not contributing to the poverty of the people who had grown it. The response was strong. Dutch consumers embraced the idea with enthusiasm, and within a few years, similar programs had been launched across Europe. By the late 1990s, several national organizations had joined together to create a global body that set standards, conducted inspections, and managed the use of the fair trade label on products around the world. The system had several important features. A minimum price, set above the going market rate, gave farmers a floor below which their income could not fall, no matter how low commodity prices dropped. A premium paid on top of the minimum price was directed to cooperatives for investment in community needs, schools, health clinics, clean water, and improvements to farming. The system required that producer organizations be run democratically, with honest governance and an equitable sharing of benefits. For many coffee farming communities, the results were real and meaningful. The guaranteed minimum price provided financial security that the volatile commodity market could never offer. The premium funded projects that cash-strapped governments could not afford. The organizational requirements strengthened local governance and gave farmers a collective voice they had never had before. But fair trade also attracted criticism, and some of it was substantial. Researchers questioned whether the benefits actually reached the poorest farmers, noting that the costs of becoming certified were significant and that the most vulnerable people were often excluded from the cooperatives that served as the gateways to the system. The minimum price, while higher than commodity prices during downturns, was sometimes lower than the open market price during boom times, meaning that fair trade farmers could actually earn less than their uncertified neighbors when conditions were favorable. Critics also pointed out that by guaranteeing a minimum price regardless of quality, the system created a perverse situation in which farmers had reason to sell their lowest quality beans through the fair trade channel while saving their best coffee for the open market, where quality-conscious buyers would pay more. This meant that fair trade coffee was not always the best coffee available from a given region, a fact that did not go unnoticed by specialty buyers. The specialty coffee world responded with its own approach, often called direct trade. Under this model, individual roasting companies established long-term, face-to-face relationships with specific farms or cooperatives, paying prices well above both the commodity rate and the fair trade minimum in exchange for exceptional quality. The relationship is personal rather than institutional. The roaster visits the farm, tastes the coffee on site, provides feedback, and often invests in improvements that benefit the farmer directly. Several pioneering American coffee companies became known for this approach, marketing their beans with detailed information about the specific farms and methods behind each lot. Direct trade had its own limitations. It required significant time and money, which only larger companies could sustain. Without a standard certification, anyone could claim the term without independent verification, and the model naturally favored the best farms producing the most distinctive coffees, leaving the vast majority of the world's 25 million small coffee farmers outside its reach. The broader movement toward ethical coffee that both fair trade and direct trade represent is, at its deepest level, an attempt to address an injustice that has characterized the coffee trade since its colonial beginnings. The people who grow coffee have always received a disproportionately small share of the wealth that coffee generates. The fair trade movement made this injustice visible to consumers and offered a way, however imperfect, to address it. Whether a system based on voluntary consumer choice can truly change the power dynamics of a global industry remains an open question. But the conversation itself has changed beyond recognition. A generation ago, almost no coffee drinker in the developed world thought about where their coffee came from or how the people who grew it were paid. Today, a growing number of consumers actively seek out coffees that are ethically produced. Whether this represents the beginning of a real transformation or merely a niche market remains for the next generation of coffee drinkers to decide. On a shelf in a typical American supermarket in, say, 1965, the coffee section presented a remarkably uniform sight. Row upon row of metal cans, each sealed with a hiss when the lid was opened, lined the shelves in neat formations of red, blue, and brown. Each brand promised some version of the same thing: consistent, reliable, familiar coffee that tasted exactly the same today as it had yesterday and would taste exactly the same tomorrow. These cans were icons of mid-century American life, as recognizable in the kitchen as any other household staple. And the coffee inside them, without exception, was not very good. This was what would later be called the first wave of coffee culture, though no one used that term at the time. The language of waves would not be applied to coffee until decades later, when a new movement needed a way to describe what it was doing and to distinguish itself from what had come before. The first wave, stretching roughly from the late 1800s through the 1960s, was defined by the mass production, industrial processing, and aggressive marketing of coffee as a standardized product. Consistency and convenience were valued above all else, and quality, in the way that a modern specialty roaster would understand the word, was barely considered. The first wave had its roots in the innovations of the post-Civil War era. Pre-roasted coffee had shown that beans could be packaged and shipped as a finished product rather than sold raw. Vacuum sealing, pioneered around 1900, extended how long ground coffee would keep from weeks to months. These advances made it possible for a single company to roast, package, and distribute coffee on a national scale, transforming it from a local product handled by neighborhood grocers into a branded consumer goods sold in supermarkets from one coast to the other. The companies that dominated the first wave were masters of advertising rather than masters of coffee. One famous brand, which had started as a regional southern product with a questionable presidential endorsement, was acquired by a large food corporation and transformed into a national powerhouse through relentless television advertising. The sound of percolating coffee and a memorable slogan became fixtures of American broadcasting. A rival brand, which had originated during the Gold Rush era and dominated the West Coast, was purchased by a consumer goods giant and promoted nationally with one of the most durable advertising jingles in American history. The competition between the two was fierce, but, in a deeper sense, meaningless. Both companies were selling essentially the same thing, a blend of various beans sourced from multiple countries, roasted to a uniform darkness designed to hide variations in quality, ground fine and sealed in cans. The beans were bought on the commodity market at the lowest possible price, with no attention paid to where they came from or how they were grown. The goal was to produce a product that tasted exactly the same from one batch to the next, because brand loyalty depended entirely on predictability. The home brewing technology of the first wave reinforced this emphasis on sameness over character. The percolator, which was the standard American coffee maker from the 1920s through the early 70s, worked by cycling boiling water through the grounds again and again, pulling out flavor but also producing increasing bitterness with each pass. The result was a strong, harsh brew that many Americans grew up with and therefore accepted as the way coffee was meant to taste. The transformation came in 1972 with the introduction of the automatic drip coffee maker, which passed hot water through the grounds just once, producing a cleaner and smoother cup. The machine was simple, reliable, and when a famous retired athlete became its spokesman, it became a sensation. Within a few years, it had displaced the percolator in kitchens across the country. It improved the quality of home-brewed coffee, but it did not change what Americans were brewing. The coffee in the can was still commodity grade, still blended for consistency, still roasted and ground months before it reached anyone's kitchen. The first wave was not entirely without ambition. Regional brands in various parts of the country maintained modest reputations for quality among their local customers. An Italian-style brand offered something genuinely different in a small yellow and red can, but these were exceptions in a vast landscape of uniformity. The defining achievement of the first wave was its scale. By the middle of the 20th century, coffee was the most widely consumed beverage in the United States after water. It was served in every diner, every office, every hospital, and every military facility. It was available in every grocery store, every convenience store, and every vending machine. It was so thoroughly woven into daily life that its presence was barely noticed, like electricity or running water. This very ubiquity was both the first wave's greatest success and its greatest limitation. By making coffee available to everyone everywhere, at the lowest possible price, the first wave stripped the drink of its capacity to surprise, to delight, or to reveal the extraordinary range of flavors that the coffee plant can produce. The first wave taught Americans to drink coffee. It would take the waves that followed to teach them to taste it. The first wave was not a failure by its own standards. It was a remarkable achievement in mass production and mass marketing, a century-long project that made coffee the daily habit of hundreds of millions of people. But it created a monoculture of taste, a vast flat landscape in which the towering complexity of the coffee plant was reduced to a single, predictable, forgettable flavor. And in that flatness lay the opening for everything that came next. In 1955, a 14-year-old boy in the Netherlands was working alongside his father in the family coffee business. His father was a trader and roaster who taught the boy the craft from the ground up: how to judge green beans, how to control the roast, how to taste with care and precision. The boy absorbed these lessons with the seriousness of a calling rather than a chore. After spending years in London, New Zealand, and the coffee-growing regions of Indonesia, he made his way to San Francisco, where he found the American coffee industry in a state that appalled him. The pre-ground, vacuum-sealed product that Americans drank bore so little resemblance to the fresh, carefully sourced coffees he had grown up with that he could barely recognize it as the same beverage. For 11 years, he worked in the American coffee trade, growing increasingly frustrated with its emphasis on price over quality. Then, at the age of 46, he opened a small shop in Berkeley, California. The shop was modest in size, but radical in what it offered. He roasted his beans on the premises in small batches. He sourced his coffee from specific places rather than buying generic blends on the open market. He used a darker roast than was common in the United States, and he sold whole beans at prices significantly higher than supermarket brands. The effect on the people who walked through his door was, by multiple accounts, a revelation. They had never tasted coffee like this. It was rich, complex, and intense, utterly unlike anything that came out of a can. Many of his early customers would later describe their first visit as a kind of awakening. Among those who were changed by the experience were 3 friends from Seattle. In 1970, they traveled to Berkeley to learn from the master. Inspired by what they discovered, they opened their own shop at a famous waterfront market in Seattle the following year. They named it after a character in a great American novel about the sea, a name chosen for its echo of the maritime tradition of the early coffee traders. In its original form, the shop simply sold whole bean coffee, tea, and brewing equipment. It did not serve espresso. It did not have seating. It was, essentially, a smaller version of the Berkeley shop, and for its first decade it actually sold that shop's roasted coffee before developing its own. The transformation from a respected small retailer into the most powerful force in the global coffee industry began with one man's trip to Italy. In 1982, the company hired a 29-year-old New Yorker as its marketing director. He had grown up in the public housing projects of Brooklyn and worked his way into a successful career before being drawn to the small Seattle company by an instinct that it was onto something important. In 1983, the company sent him to Milan for a trade show. What happened there changed the history of coffee. Walking through the streets, he ducked into one espresso bar after another, watching the baristas work their machines, observing the customers who stood at the counter for a few minutes of pleasure, absorbing the warmth and ritual of Italian coffee culture. He counted more than 1,500 espresso bars in Milan alone and realized that nothing like this existed back home. The Italian espresso bar was not just a place to buy coffee. It was a daily ceremony, a moment of beauty and connection woven into the rhythm of life. He returned to Seattle with a vision: bring this experience to America. The original owners were skeptical. They were retailers, not restaurateurs. Frustrated but undeterred, he left the company and opened his own espresso bar, modeled directly on the Milan cafes that had inspired him. It was a success. When the original owners later decided to sell, he raised the money to buy the company, merged it with his own venture, and began the expansion that would reshape the global coffee industry. His insight was not primarily about the coffee itself, which was good but not exceptional. It was about the experience. He understood that Americans were not just looking for a better cup, they were looking for a place, a comfortable space between home and work where they could sit, relax, meet friends, or simply be alone in public without being hurried. European cafes had served this purpose for centuries, but America, with its car culture and suburban sprawl, had largely lost its public gathering spaces. The company offered to fill that void. The growth that followed was breathtaking. The company had 17 stores in 1987. By 1992, when it became a publicly traded company, it had 165. By the year 2000, more than 3,000. By 2007, over 15,000. Today, it operates more than 38,000 stores in 84 countries, making it the largest coffeehouse chain in the world by an enormous margin. Along the way, it introduced Americans to a vocabulary that had previously belonged exclusively to Italian baristas. Words for espresso drinks became part of the everyday language of millions of people who had no idea of their origins. The company also invented new drinks that had no Italian ancestor, most notably a blended ice and coffee creation that became one of the most profitable beverages in the history of the food industry, a coffee drink that did not really taste like coffee, closer to a dessert than an espresso. The impact on the global coffee industry was complex and contradictory. On the positive side, the company educated an entire generation about coffee in ways the first wave had never attempted. It introduced the ideas of origin, variety, and roast to millions of people who had never considered where their coffee came from. It raised the baseline expectation of quality, making the stale, burned coffee of the diner era increasingly unacceptable. It created a worldwide demand for espresso-based drinks that stimulated advances in machine technology, training, and education at every level. On the other hand, the company was criticized for turning coffee culture into a standardized, branded experience that felt the same everywhere, replacing the distinct character of local cafes with corporate uniformity. Its rapid expansion drove many independent coffeehouses out of business. Its dark roasted house blend was later mocked by critics who valued the lighter, more nuanced approach that would follow. But the most important legacy was economic. The company proved that Americans would willingly pay $3, $4, or $5 for a cup of coffee, a price that would have seemed absurd in the era of the bottomless diner cup. By demonstrating that coffee could command premium prices, it created the conditions that made the next revolution possible. Without the second wave, there would have been no market for artisan pour-overs or single-origin beans. The second wave, for all its imperfections, built the bridge that the third wave would cross. In 2003, a coffee professional published an article in an industry newsletter that divided the history of American coffee culture into three waves. The first wave was the era of mass-market commodity coffee. The second was the era of the espresso bar and the branded coffee experience. And the third wave, she argued, was something fundamentally different, a movement that treated coffee not as a commodity or an experience, but as a craft, an artisanal food product worthy of the same attention to origin, processing, and preparation that wine lovers give to their finest bottles. The writer did not invent the concept. The practices and ideas that would define the third wave had been developing for years before anyone gave them a name. But the term was elegant and memorable, and it gave a growing movement a way to describe itself and to draw a clear line between what it was doing and what had come before. The third wave was, at its core, a revolution of attention, where the first wave had been indifferent to quality and the second wave had been interested in it in a general way. The third wave was obsessed with quality in its finest details. Third wave coffee professionals wanted to know not just where their beans came from, but which specific farm, which particular lot, which variety of coffee plant, which processing method, which altitude, and which harvest date. They roasted lighter than their predecessors, believing that darker roasts buried the distinctive character of individual coffees behind a wall of carbon and bitterness. They brewed with extraordinary precision, controlling water temperature to the degree, the size of the ground particles to the finest measurement, and the time of brewing to the second. The three companies most often associated with the founding of the third wave were based in Chicago, Portland, and North Carolina, all established in the 1990s. All three shared a set of principles that set them apart from the second wave companies that had come before. The Chicago company was founded in 1995 in a small storefront. Its founder was determined to build direct relationships with the farmers who grew his coffee, paying prices that reflected quality rather than the commodity market. The company became one of the first American roasters to travel to the countries where coffee was grown, visit the farms, taste the coffee on site, and establish long-term partnerships based on mutual benefit and honesty. The approach was uncompromising. If a coffee did not meet the standard, it would not be bought, regardless of the relationship. The Portland Company, founded in 1999, became known for its meticulously sourced coffees and its transparent pricing. In a move that was radical for the industry, the company published the exact prices it paid to farmers, allowing consumers to see for themselves how the economics of each cup worked out. Portland's culture of independent, handcrafted food and drink proved to be fertile ground for the third wave, and the company helped establish the city's reputation as one of the coffee capitals of the country. The North Carolina Company, also founded in 1995, distinguished itself through education and sustainability. It built one of the most rigorous training programs in the specialty coffee world, offering free public tastings and barista education across the country. It also became a leader in publishing detailed reports about its environmental impact and the prices it paid to producers. The rise of the third wave was inseparable from the development of the barista as a cultural figure. In the first wave, the person who made your coffee was a waitress or someone in the kitchen. In the second wave, it was an employee trained to operate a corporate machine. In the third wave, the barista became an artist, a craftsperson who had studied coffee with the seriousness of someone who studies wine. Competitions sprang up in which baristas were judged on their technique, their knowledge, and the quality of the drinks they produced. The World Championship, founded in 2000, attracted contestants from dozens of countries and generated an intensity that rivaled athletic events. The practice of pouring steamed milk into espresso in decorative patterns became the visual signature of the third wave. What had begun as a playful experiment evolved into a refined skill that was judged in competitions and shared endlessly on social media. A perfectly executed design on the surface of a drink became, for many people, the visible proof that they were in the presence of serious coffee, a signal of care that the eye could confirm before the tongue did. The third wave also transformed the physical space of the coffee house. Where the second wave had created a template of dark wood and comfortable chairs, third wave cafes tended towards simplicity, bare walls, concrete floors, clean lines, and menus that listed coffees by farm, region, and processing method rather than by size and flavoring. The look was spare and precise, a style that attracted devoted admirers and alienated others in roughly equal measure. The criticism of the movement was not entirely unfair. Detractors accused the third wave of elitism, of turning coffee into something pretentious and exclusive that was the opposite of the democratic spirit the coffee house had always embodied. The prices, while justified by higher costs, placed the best coffees out of reach for many people. The specialized language and serious atmosphere could be intimidating to newcomers who simply wanted a good cup without a lecture, but the accomplishments were real and lasting. The third wave raised the quality of available coffee to levels that would have been unimaginable a generation earlier. It created genuine incentives for farmers to invest in quality, knowing that exceptional beans would earn exceptional prices. It introduced millions of people to the idea that coffee, like wine, is a product of place and climate and human skill, capable of expressing an astonishing range of flavors that earlier eras had never allowed to emerge. In 2015, the movement's independence was partly compromised when a large investment firm acquired two of its founding companies, folding them into a corporate portfolio that spanned all three waves of coffee culture. Whether the third wave will prove to be a permanent transformation or merely a phase remains an open question. But the conversation it started about quality, about origin, about the connection between the person who drinks the coffee and the person who grows it, has changed the world of coffee in ways that cannot be undone. In the mountains of Western Java, in the 18th century, workers on the Dutch colonial coffee plantations noticed something peculiar. A small cat-like animal that roamed the plantation at night had a habit of eating the ripest coffee cherries from the trees. It would digest the sweet fruit and pass the hard inner seeds, the coffee beans, in its droppings. The workers, who were forbidden by their Dutch overseers from picking any coffee for their own use, began collecting these excreted beans, washing them thoroughly, roasting them, and brewing a coffee that was, by all accounts, remarkably smooth and free of the bitterness that characterized the standard plantation product. The practice was born of necessity and prohibition, a small act of resourcefulness by people who were denied the fruits of their own labor. For roughly 2 centuries, this unusual coffee remained a local curiosity, known to plantation workers and a handful of colonial officers, but entirely unknown to the rest of the world. That changed in 1991 when a coffee industry figure imported a small quantity to the United Kingdom, and the resulting coverage in the press turned an obscure tradition into an international sensation. The story was irresistible. The world's most expensive coffee, harvested from animal droppings, prized for a smoothness supposedly created by natural enzymes in the animal's digestive system. Prices soared to hundreds of dollars per kilogram, and for a brief period, it was arguably the most talked about coffee on earth. But the fame that made this coffee desirable also destroyed it. Demand far exceeded the supply that could be gathered by collecting droppings from wild animals, a slow and unpredictable process that yielded tiny amounts. Entrepreneurs across Southeast Asia responded in the most efficient and most cruel way possible. They began trapping the animals and confining them in cages, force-feeding them a diet consisting entirely of coffee cherries. The caged animals, deprived of their natural varied diet, their freedom and their social lives, suffered terribly. Investigations documented animals confined in cramped wire cages, displaying neurotic behaviors, losing their fur from stress, and suffering from the effects of consuming nothing but caffeine-rich fruit. The most respected professional organization in the specialty coffee world publicly stated that the general view among experts was that this coffee simply did not taste good. The science supported this judgment. While the animal's digestion does alter the chemistry of the beans, it does not necessarily improve the flavor. And the caged production method, in which animals are force-fed low-quality cherries rather than selecting the ripest ones from the tree, produced even worse results. Investigations also found that the vast majority of what was sold as wild-sourced was actually from caged animals, making the marketing claims largely dishonest. Let us turn now to coffees whose fame rests on more honorable grounds. The Blue Mountain coffee of Jamaica, grown in the mist-covered peaks at elevations between 3,000 and 5,000 feet, has been one of the most prestigious and expensive coffees in the world since the mid-20th century. Coffee came to Jamaica in 1728, carried as seedlings from the same plant that a French officer had nursed across the Atlantic to Martinique. The lowlands proved too hot, but the Blue Mountains, with their cool temperatures, heavy rainfall, and volcanic soil, produced beans of exceptional quality, mild, clean, with a sweet, nutty flavor and almost no bitterness. What makes Blue Mountain coffee unusual is not just its taste, but its market. Since the 1950s, Japan has been the primary buyer, a relationship that intensified until roughly 90% of the annual harvest was shipped to Japanese buyers. Total production is tiny by global standards. This scarcity, combined with Japan's near monopoly on purchases, keeps prices at levels that make Blue Mountain one of the most expensive coffees in the world. The Kona district of Hawaii, on the western slopes of two great volcanoes on the Big Island, produces another premium coffee. Kona was first planted in the 1820s, and the region's combination of volcanic soil, tropical sun, and afternoon cloud cover creates conditions ideal for coffee growing. Genuine Kona coffee is expensive, and a labeling loophole that allows products to call themselves a Kona blend while containing as little as 10% actual Kona has been a source of ongoing frustration for the farmers who grow the real thing. In Thailand, a variation on the animal processing concept uses elephants rather than small jungle cats. A company founded in 2012 feeds high-quality coffee cherries to elephants at a sanctuary, then collects the beans from the other end. The resulting coffee, one of the most expensive ever produced, is marketed with claims of unique smoothness, and a portion of the proceeds supports elephant conservation. Whether the elephant's digestion produces genuinely superior coffee is, like so much in the world of unusual coffees, a matter of faith as much as science. The broader world of exotic coffees also includes beans aged in barrels that once held whiskey or wine, beans exposed to monsoon winds in open warehouses to produce an unusual earthy flavor, and a naturally occurring oddity in which the coffee cherry produces a single round bean instead of the usual pair. These round beans, which make up about 5 to 10% of any harvest, are sorted out and sold separately at a premium, though whether they actually taste better remains a subject of cheerful and probably endless debate. The appeal of unusual coffees reveals something fundamental about human nature: the desire for rarity, for a good story, and for the feeling that what you are consuming is somehow special. In a world where coffee is one of the most common substances on Earth, drunk by billions of people every day, these unusual varieties offer an escape from the ordinary. Whether that escape is worth the price, or the suffering of animals, or the environmental cost, is a question that each person must answer quietly for themselves. In a small house in the Ethiopian capital, in the early hours of a Sunday morning, a woman kneels on a woven mat before a charcoal fire and begins a ritual that is older than any written record of coffee's history. She takes a handful of green coffee beans and places them in a flat metal pan, holding it over the glowing coals and shaking it gently, steadily, as the beans begin to darken and crack and release their complex aroma. When the beans have reached just the right color, she transfers them to a wooden mortar and grinds them by hand. The ground coffee is added to a round-bellied clay pot with a narrow spout, along with water, and placed on the coals to boil. When the coffee rises to the neck of the pot, she pours it in a single graceful stream from a height of nearly a foot into small cups arranged on a tray. Incense burns nearby, filling the room with the scent of frankincense. This is the Ethiopian coffee ceremony, and it is one of the most important social rituals in the country. The ceremony is performed as many as 3 times a day in some households, and to be invited is a mark of friendship, respect, and trust. 3 rounds of coffee are served. The first is the strongest. The second, brewed from the same grounds with fresh water, is milder. The third and weakest round is considered the most spiritually significant, and its name means blessing. It is considered impolite to leave before all 3 cups have been shared. The spirit of the ceremony, Ethiopians believe, deepens with each round, drawing host and guest closer together. The Ethiopian coffee ceremony is a living reminder that coffee was born in community, in the simple act of people sitting together and sharing time over a shared drink. Every other coffee culture in the world is, in some sense, an echo of this original practice, adapted and transformed by the people who adopted it. In Turkey, coffee preparation became an art of extraordinary refinement. The coffee is ground to a powder finer than any other method requires, combined with water and sugar in a small pot, and heated very slowly. It must be removed from the heat just as it begins to foam, then returned to the heat twice more before being poured. The coffee is not filtered. The grounds settle to the bottom of the cup, and the drink is sipped slowly, with care. Turkish coffee was formally recognized by the United Nations as an important cultural tradition in 2013, not just for the drink itself, but for the entire social world that surrounds it. One of the most charming aspects of Turkish coffee culture is the tradition of reading fortunes in the patterns left by the grounds in an overturned cup. After drinking, the cup is placed upside down on its saucer and allowed to cool. The shapes formed by the grounds inside the cup are then interpreted. Hearts suggest love, birds suggest news, roads suggest journeys. The practice dates back centuries and remains popular across Turkey, Greece, and much of the Eastern Mediterranean. In Scandinavia, coffee is consumed with an intensity that surpasses even the American devotion. Finland consistently leads the world in coffee consumption per person, with the average Finn drinking roughly 12 kilograms of coffee each year, more than double the American average. Coffee arrived in Sweden in the late 1600s and was banned by royal decree no fewer than 5 times between 1756 and 1823, the authorities fearing its stimulating effects on public debate and its cost in imports. The bans were widely ignored, and coffee eventually became so deeply rooted in Swedish life that it gave rise to one of the most distinctive social traditions in the world. This tradition of formalized pause in the day for coffee, pastries, and conversation is always social. It is never done alone. It has been so thoroughly integrated into Swedish working life that many companies build it into the daily schedule, twice a day, mid-morning and mid-afternoon. The tradition is considered a cornerstone of Swedish social fabric, a structured moment of human connection in the middle of the workday. In Italy, as we have seen, espresso culture operates by its own unwritten rules. Coffee is consumed standing at the bar. A milk-based coffee drink is for breakfast only, never ordered after late morning. A single espresso is simply called a coffee. The price of a cup consumed standing at the counter has been regulated by law and kept deliberately low. To sit at a table and have the same coffee brought to you can double or triple the cost. The Italian coffee experience is designed for speed and concentrated pleasure, almost exactly the opposite of the leisurely Ethiopian ceremony. Japan developed one of the world's most meticulous coffee cultures, rooted in the tradition of small, intimate coffeehouses that first appeared in Tokyo in the early 1900s. These quiet, often dimly lit spaces were run by a single owner who prepared coffee with extraordinary care, using hand-poured drip methods, vacuum brewers, or a distinctive technique involving a flannel cloth filter that produces a remarkably clean cup. The Japanese idea of an uncompromising pursuit of perfection found natural expression in these spaces. Every detail mattered: the grind, the water temperature, the speed and angle of the pour. This tradition directly influenced the American Third Wave, and Japanese equipment makers became synonymous with precision brewing around the world. In Vietnam, the collision of French colonial influence, tropical climate, and local ingenuity produced a coffee culture unlike any other. Fresh dairy products were scarce, so Vietnamese coffee drinkers substituted sweetened condensed milk, which was cheap and could be stored without refrigeration. The result was a drink of startling sweetness and intensity, prepared in a small metal filter that sits atop the glass and slowly drips dark, strong coffee onto a layer of thick, sweet milk. Ice is added, the whole thing is stirred, and the result is simultaneously a coffee, a dessert, and a testament to creative adaptation. In Cuba, a small, intensely sweet shot of coffee is the national drink, served from walk-up windows in virtually every neighborhood. In Australia and New Zealand, a drink made with espresso and velvety steamed milk has become a point of fierce national pride, with both countries claiming to have invented it. The friendly argument over who came first remains unresolved and will almost certainly stay that way. Each of these coffee cultures represents a different answer to the same simple question: what is coffee for? For the Ethiopian family, coffee is for community and spiritual connection. For the Italian at the bar, it is for a brief, intense moment of pleasure. For the Swedish colleagues sharing their daily pause, it is for human connection. For the Japanese master behind the counter, it is for the pursuit of perfection. The fact that a single drink can serve so many different purposes, in so many different ways, across so many different cultures, is perhaps the most quietly remarkable thing about the entire story of coffee. In the 1770s, the King of Sweden devised what may be the most unusual scientific experiment in the history of beverage research. Sweden had been banning and unbanning coffee for years, and the king was determined to prove once and for all that coffee was a deadly poison. He ordered a controlled test using two convicted murderers who happened to be identical twins. Their death sentences were commuted to life in prison on the condition that they take part. One twin was required to drink 3 pots of coffee every single day for the rest of his life. The other was required to drink 3 pots of tea. 2 physicians were assigned to watch them and record the results. The experiment did not go as planned. The king himself was shot at a grand ball and died of his wounds, well before the study could reach any conclusion. Both physicians also died before it was finished. The tea-drinking twin died first, at an age that was never precisely recorded. The coffee-drinking twin lived to the age of 83, at a time when the average life expectancy in Sweden was roughly 38 years. The experiment had failed spectacularly to prove that coffee was dangerous, though its design was so deeply flawed that it would not have proved much either way. The king's experiment was part of a long tradition of medical suspicion toward coffee stretching back to the drink's earliest days in Europe. When coffee first arrived in the 1600s, doctors were split between those who saw it as a miracle cure and those who believed it was a dangerous stimulant heading toward ruin. In London, a famous petition claimed coffee was making men less capable in certain domestic departments. French physicians warned that it caused tremors, nervous agitation, and premature aging. The 19th century brought a new set of anxieties. The American health reform movement, which began by targeting alcohol, gradually extended its suspicion to all stimulants, including coffee. One prominent health reformer, who ran a well-known health retreat, was a fierce opponent of coffee and blamed it for everything from nervousness to kidney trouble. A contemporary of his created a coffee substitute and marketed it with advertising that blamed coffee for digestive problems, shattered nerves, and even the breakdown of marriages. These advertisements, which ran for decades, were remarkable for their combination of shaky science and emotional pressure. The 20th century brought the tools of modern medical research to the question of coffee and health, and for decades the results were deeply confusing. Early studies produced contradictory findings. Some suggested coffee increased the risk of heart disease and cancer. Others found no connection at all, or even hinted at a protective effect. The confusion was made worse by a basic problem in how the studies were designed. During the mid-20th century, coffee drinking and cigarette smoking went hand in hand, and many studies that found coffee was linked to disease were actually measuring the effects of tobacco rather than caffeine. The picture began to clear in the 1990s and 2000s as larger and better designed studies with longer observation periods started to produce more consistent results. And for those who love coffee, the results were remarkably reassuring. Study after study found that moderate coffee drinking, generally defined as 3 to 5 cups a day, was associated not with increased risk of disease, but with decreased risk. The findings on one particular brain disease were especially striking. Multiple large studies found that coffee drinkers had a significantly lower risk of developing a condition that slowly destroys the nerve cells responsible for movement, a disease that affects millions of people worldwide. The connection was proportional. The more coffee people drank, the lower their risk, and the finding held up even after accounting for smoking and other factors. The explanation seemed to involve caffeine's ability to block certain processes in the brain that may protect the vulnerable nerve cells from damage. Similar patterns emerged for the most common form of diabetes. Each additional cup of coffee per day was associated with a roughly 6 to 7% reduction in risk, an effect seen with both regular and decaffeinated coffee, suggesting that compounds other than caffeine were responsible. Natural substances in coffee appeared to help the body manage its blood sugar and reduce the kind of inflammation that contributes to the disease. The liver turned out to be one of the organs most clearly helped by coffee consumption. Research consistently showed that coffee drinkers had lower rates of fatty liver, scarring of the liver, and the most serious form of liver disease. One major review found that regular coffee drinkers had roughly 40% lower rates of the most common type of liver cancer. For an organ that processes everything we eat and drink, coffee appeared to be a genuine friend. The evidence on heart disease, which had been the main source of worry about coffee for decades, also shifted. While very large amounts of caffeine can temporarily raise blood pressure and heart rate, the large long-term studies found that moderate coffee drinking was associated with a modestly lower risk of heart disease, stroke, and heart failure. The overall conclusion was that 3 to 5 cups a day appeared to carry the lowest risk, and even higher amounts did not seem to be harmful for most people. The picture that emerged was of coffee as something closer to a health-supporting food than a health hazard, a remarkable reversal for a substance that had been suspected of causing harm for 400 years. Researchers attributed the benefits to the complex mixture of natural compounds in coffee, not just caffeine, but also a variety of substances produced during roasting, each of which has shown antioxidant or anti-inflammatory properties in laboratory studies. The important cautions are worth noting. Coffee is not universally beneficial. Some people process caffeine slowly due to natural genetic variation, and for them, heavy consumption may carry increased risk. Pregnant women are advised to limit their intake. Coffee can worsen anxiety and sleep problems in some individuals, and the studies showing benefits observe patterns in large populations rather than proving that coffee directly causes the improvements. But the overall direction of the evidence has been clear and consistent. The centuries of suspicion, the royal bans, the health campaigns, the alarming advertisements, and the decades of worried newspaper headlines have given way to a body of research suggesting that the billions of people who drink coffee every day are on balance, doing their health a quiet favor. The Swedish king's twins, separated in their prison cells by their coffee pots and their teapots, would no doubt find it gently amusing to learn that the twin who drank the coffee had the science on his side all along. In the mountains of southern Ethiopia, a team of researchers spent years mapping where wild coffee plants grow across the ancient forests where the species first evolved. Their findings, published in a series of increasingly sobering papers, painted a picture that should concern anyone who cares about coffee. Using models of how the climate is expected to change, they estimated that under the worst scenarios, as much as 70% of the wild coffee population could be lost by the end of this century. Even under the most hopeful projections, significant losses were expected. This matters for a reason that goes beyond the conservation of a beautiful plant. Wild coffee populations in Ethiopia represent the great storehouse of genetic diversity from which all cultivated coffee draws its potential. Disease resistance, tolerance for heat and drought, flavor complexity, and the ability to adapt to changing conditions, all of these traits exist within the wild gene pool. If that diversity is lost, the ability of scientists to develop new varieties capable of thriving in a warmer world will be severely diminished. The threat to cultivated coffee is equally real. The most widely grown type of coffee is, by the standards of major crop plants, extraordinarily sensitive to changes in temperature. It thrives within a narrow range, roughly 15 to 24 degrees, and is particularly vulnerable to heat during the critical stages when it flowers and develops its fruit. Even modest increases in temperature can reduce both how much a tree produces and the quality of what it produces, as the cherries ripen too quickly to develop the complex sugars and acids that give great coffee its flavor. Drought, which is expected to become more common in many growing regions, makes things worse. The projections are sobering. A widely cited study estimated that half of the land currently suitable for growing coffee could become unsuitable by the middle of this century under moderate warming. The countries most at risk include those at lower latitudes with long dry seasons, which means much of Brazil, India, and Central America. Brazil, which currently produces roughly a third of the world's coffee, faces the possibility of losing significant areas of its most productive regions. In Central America, where coffee is grown on volcanic slopes already near the upper limit of the suitable range, there is simply nowhere higher to go. The effects are already visible. In Ethiopia, farmers in lower altitude areas report that flowering patterns have become less predictable, that pests and diseases are appearing at altitudes where they were previously unknown, and that yields are declining. In Colombia, the fungus that causes coffee leaf rust, which was historically confined to lower elevations, has been appearing at progressively higher altitudes. In Guatemala and Honduras, a devastating rust outbreak in recent years, attributed partly to favorable conditions created by warming temperatures, destroyed up to 40% of the regional crop. Rising temperatures also favor the most destructive pest in the coffee world, a tiny beetle that bores into the coffee cherry and destroys the bean from inside. This insect, which originated in Africa, has now spread to virtually every coffee-producing country. Models suggest that even a 2-degree increase in average temperature could boost its population by up to 30% in some regions. The coffee industry has not been standing still. Research institutions around the world are working to develop new varieties that can better tolerate heat, drought, and disease. One of the most promising avenues involves a wild species that was rediscovered in a West African forest after being thought extinct. This species can tolerate temperatures several degrees warmer than the common type, and early taste tests suggest its flavor is comparable. The combination of resilience and quality makes it potentially invaluable for the future of coffee. Farmers are adapting too. In many regions, coffee is being planted under shade trees, a practice that was standard before the push for maximum yield in the 1970s and 80s led to the clearing of forest cover. Shade trees moderate temperature extremes, reduce water loss, protect against wind, and create habitat for helpful insects and birds. They also absorb carbon from the atmosphere, making shade-grown coffee a potential tool for slowing the very climate change that is threatening the crop. Some farmers are experimenting with mixed-use systems that combine coffee with timber, fruit, and food crops, creating diversified farms that can better survive weather shocks. But adaptation has its limits. The climate is changing faster than breeding programs can develop new varieties, especially given that coffee trees take 3 to 5 years from planting to first harvest. Moving production to higher ground, a strategy already being pursued in several countries, means clearing forests, which contributes to the climate problem itself. And for millions of small farmers who lack the money to invest in new plants, shade trees, or irrigation, the changes may be simply beyond their means. The climate threat to coffee raises deep questions about the sustainability of an industry that supports the livelihoods of perhaps 125 million people and provides daily pleasure to billions more. If current trends continue, the morning cup that much of the world takes for granted may become more expensive, lower in quality, or, in the most extreme scenarios, genuinely scarce. The memory of what happened in Ceylon, where a fungus destroyed an entire national coffee industry in barely 2 decades, haunts the modern coffee world. The lesson of that disaster was that a genetically uniform crop planted across a vast area with no diversity is catastrophically vulnerable to a single threat. Today, the world's coffee faces not one threat but many: rising temperatures, changing rainfall, expanding pests and diseases, and a genetic base that may be too narrow to adapt quickly enough. The ancient forests of Ethiopia, where coffee evolved over thousands of years in the shade of towering trees, hold the genetic keys to survival. But those forests are themselves under threat. The race to save coffee is, in a very real sense, a race to save the forests where coffee was born and to use the genetic wealth they contain before it is lost. Whether that race can be won is one of the most important questions facing global agriculture in the decades ahead. On any given morning, in any city in the world, a small ritual is being performed that connects a person holding a paper cup to a chain of economic relationships stretching across oceans and time zones and levels of wealth so different they might as well belong to different centuries. The person pays $4 or $5 for a cup. The cafe owner pays a roaster for the beans. The roaster pays a trader for the raw coffee. The trader pays an exporter. The exporter pays a cooperative or a middleman. And at the end of this chain, a farmer on a small plot of land in Guatemala or Ethiopia or Vietnam receives a few cents for the cherries they spent months cultivating. The basic arithmetic of this transaction has remained in its essentials unchanged for decades. The farmer receives, on average, less than 1/10 of the price paid by the person who drinks the coffee. The global coffee industry is, by nearly any measure, enormous. In recent years, the worldwide market has been valued at roughly $270 billion, with projections suggesting it will approach $400 billion by the end of this decade. This figure encompasses every link in the chain: the farms that grow the coffee, the people who wash and dry and sort it, the exporters who ship it, the traders who buy and sell it on exchanges, the companies that roast and package it, and the cafes and shops that serve the final cup. The scale of employment is equally striking. An estimated 25 million small farmers around the world grow coffee, and these smallholders account for roughly 80% of total global production. When you include family members, seasonal workers, processors, transporters, traders, roasters, and the people who serve the final cup, the number of people who depend on coffee for their livelihood exceeds 100 million. In many countries, coffee is one of the largest sources of income from exports, and its price swings can determine the path of entire national economies. Global production currently hovers around 175 million bags per year, roughly matched by consumption. The balance between supply and demand is always precarious. A frost in Brazil, a drought in Vietnam, or an unusually good harvest in Colombia can swing the market from surplus to shortage in a single season, with immediate and sometimes devastating effects on price. The place where much of the world's coffee price is set is a commodity exchange in New York City. The standard contract for the most common type of coffee has been traded on New York exchanges since 1882, and it serves as the global benchmark. A separate contract in London sets the benchmark for the hardier type. These contracts determine the prices that flow down through the supply chain to the farmers, and they are influenced not only by actual supply and demand, but also by financial speculation, currency movements, weather forecasts, and the general mood of the markets. The growing involvement of investment funds and computer-driven trading systems in the coffee market has become a source of real concern. These financial players have no interest in coffee as a physical product. They are trading contracts for profit, and their activity can amplify price swings in ways that have painful consequences for farmers who need stable, predictable prices to plan their lives. A sudden rush of speculative buying or selling can push prices to levels that bear no relationship to how much coffee is actually available, creating confusion and hardship throughout the chain. The modern coffee industry is defined by extreme concentration at the top and extreme fragmentation at the bottom. At the producing end, 25 million tiny farms compete to sell their beans to a much smaller number of exporters and traders. At the consuming end, a small group of enormous companies controls a large share of the global trade. This imbalance of power means the big companies can largely dictate terms to farmers who have no individual bargaining strength and, in many cases, no access to information about what their coffee is actually worth. Why do coffee farmers remain poor despite the enormous wealth the industry generates? The answer centers on the structure of the supply chain. Most of the value that consumers are willing to pay is captured at the consumer end, by the cafe, by the roasting company with the famous brand, by the retailer in a convenient location with a pleasant atmosphere. Very little flows back to the farmer, who operates at the mercy of commodity prices and has few ways to claim a larger share. The concept of the living income gap measures the distance between what coffee farmers actually earn and what they would need to earn for a decent standard of living. Research in Colombia has found gaps of 20 to 60%, meaning that even the more comfortable small farmers earn significantly less than what is considered adequate. In countries with lower yields and higher costs, the gap is even wider. Various efforts have tried to address this imbalance. Fair trade programs guarantee a minimum price and a community premium. Specialty buyers pay more for exceptional quality. Direct partnerships create more equitable relationships. Governments have experimented with taxes, stabilization funds, and programs to help farmers grow more efficiently. But none of these efforts has fundamentally changed the power dynamics of the chain, and the persistent poverty of coffee farming communities remains one of the industry's deepest and most stubborn problems. The coffee industry in our time is a study in contradictions. It generates immense wealth. The combined revenues of the world's largest coffee companies exceed the total economic output of many of the countries where their coffee is grown. It sustains hundreds of millions of lives, from the farmer on a hillside to the barista in a busy city. And yet it perpetuates a pattern of inequality that has been part of the coffee trade since its colonial beginnings, a pattern in which the people who do the hardest and most essential work, the growing of the coffee, receive the smallest share of the value they create. The cup of coffee that someone holds on a morning commute is not merely a drink. It is the endpoint of one of the most complex, far-reaching, and unequal supply chains in the global economy, a chain that connects the comfortable routines of the wealthy world to the precarious lives of millions of people who will never set foot in the cafes where their coffee is served. In a laboratory in Seattle, a company is doing something that would have seemed like science fiction not very long ago, making coffee without coffee beans. Founded in 2019, this company has taken apart the chemical makeup of brewed coffee, identified the key compounds responsible for its aroma, flavor, texture, and color, and then rebuilt those compounds from entirely different ingredients, things like date pits, grape skins, and chicory root. The result is a drink that its creators say is almost impossible to distinguish from conventionally produced coffee, and that uses a fraction of the water and produces a fraction of the emissions of traditional farming. This represents one branch of a broader push toward what might be called coffee beyond the farm, coffee produced without growing a single plant. Another branch, potentially even more significant, involves growing actual coffee cells in large vessels called bioreactors, much the way cultivated meat is grown from animal cells. Companies in Finland, the United States, and Japan are pursuing this approach with growing investment, and the technology is advancing quickly. Unlike the first approach, which assembles coffee-like compounds from non-coffee sources, this method grows the same cells a coffee plant would produce, potentially capturing not just the major flavors, but the full, subtle complexity that makes great coffee what it is. Whether consumers will embrace laboratory coffee remains to be seen. The history of food technology suggests that acceptance depends on taste, price, and the story that surrounds the product. If lab-grown coffee can match the quality of the real thing at a competitive price, and if it can be framed as a solution to the climate crisis rather than a threat to tradition, it may find a substantial audience. If it cannot, it will join the long list of innovations that were technically impressive but commercially irrelevant. The idea of a fourth wave of coffee has been circulating in industry conversations for several years, though what it means is still taking shape. If the first wave was about convenience, the second about experience, and the third about quality, the fourth wave is generally understood to be about sustainability, science, and systemic change. It asks not just how does this taste, but what are the consequences of producing it. It encompasses the environmental footprint of coffee farming, the economic well-being of coffee producers, the genetic future of the plant itself, and the question of whether the industry as it currently exists can survive the combined pressures of climate change, price instability, and deep inequality. The fourth wave is also marked by the growing role of technology at every stage. Precision farming tools including monitoring from space, sensors in the soil, and images gathered by drones are being used in coffee-growing regions to improve irrigation, detect disease, and predict harvests. Computer-driven roasting systems use learning algorithms to analyze the chemistry of green beans and adjust the roast in real time, achieving levels of precision that human roasters cannot consistently match. Digital tracking systems allow consumers to follow their coffee from the specific farm where it was grown to the cup they hold in their hands, providing a level of openness the industry has historically lacked. At the consumer end, the fourth wave is showing up in a growing fascination with the science of coffee. Homebrewing equipment has become remarkably advanced, with machines that control water temperature to within a fraction of a degree and regulate the flow of water with electronic precision. A wealth of online guides, video channels, and social media communities has created a generation of homebrewers who approach coffee with a level of skill and knowledge that would have belonged exclusively to professionals just a decade ago. The fourth wave also involves a reckoning with coffee's colonial past. The specialty coffee world, which has historically been led by people in wealthy Western countries, is increasingly asking uncomfortable questions about power, representation, and fairness. Who tells the story of coffee? Who profits from it? Who is centered in the narrative and who is pushed to the margins? These questions are prompting some companies to rethink how they buy, how they market, and who sits at the table when decisions are made. In Ethiopia, where coffee was born, a new generation of coffee professionals is working to reclaim their country's place at the center of the global story. Ethiopian-owned companies are challenging the traditional model in which local farmers grow the coffee and distant companies capture the profit by doing the roasting, branding, and selling. These companies are roasting and branding in Ethiopia, selling directly to consumers around the world, and keeping more of the value within the country where the coffee originated. The movement is still small, but it represents a potential shift in power dynamics that have defined the trade for centuries. The future of coffee is not one future, but many. In one version, climate change devastates production, prices rise, quality declines, and coffee becomes a luxury only the wealthy can afford. In another, new varieties developed from wild genetic resources allow the plant to adapt to a warmer world, and new technologies make production more efficient and kinder to the earth. In a third, laboratory coffee supplements or replaces conventional production, reducing the environmental cost while providing consistent quality. In a fourth, a fundamental reshaping of the value chain ensures that the farmers who grow coffee receive a fair share of what it earns, stabilizing production and improving lives across the tropics. The most likely future is some combination of all of these, unfolding unevenly across different regions and different markets. But what is certain is that coffee, a drink that has survived bans, wars, revolutions, epidemics, colonial exploitation, and every other challenge that human history has thrown at it, will continue to adapt and endure. And so we have traveled a very long way together, you and I. We began in the misty forests of Ethiopia, where a wild plant grew quietly beneath the canopy for thousands of years before anyone knew what it could become. We crossed the Red Sea with a handful of seeds and watched Sufi mystics brew the first cups of coffee in the candlelit lodges of Yemen. We sat in the coffeehouses of Mecca and Istanbul, where men argued and played chess and told stories over steaming cups. We stood in the grand cafes of Paris and the penny universities of London, where revolutions were planned and scientific societies were born. We watched as coffee was stolen and smuggled across the world, as colonial powers built vast plantations on the labor of enslaved and exploited people, and as Brazil rose to dominate an industry that shaped nations. We traced coffee through wars and crises, through the invention of instant coffee and the dream of removing caffeine, through the espresso bars of Italy and the third-wave cafes of Portland and Tokyo. We followed the price collapse that pushed millions of farmers into poverty and the movements that tried, however imperfectly, to make the trade more fair. And we looked ahead to a future where climate change threatens the very survival of the plant, and where laboratories and genetic research may offer paths to preservation. Through all of it, one thing has remained constant. Coffee has always been more than a drink. It has been a catalyst for human connection, a reason to sit down with someone, to slow the pace of the day, to share a moment of warmth and conversation in a world that never seems to stop moving. From the Ethiopian mother performing the ancient ceremony for her neighbors to the barista in a modern city, carefully pouring milk into a perfect design, the essential act is the same. Someone prepares coffee, someone receives it, and in that small exchange, something human passes between them. The next time you hold a cup of coffee, you might think of all the hands that touched it before it reached yours, the farmer who tended the plant, the picker who chose the ripest cherries, the people who washed and dried and sorted and shipped and roasted and brewed. You might think of the forests of Ethiopia, where it all began, and of the Sufi monks of Yemen, and of the poets and revolutionaries who argued over cups in coffeehouses from Istanbul to Paris to Boston. Or you might simply hold the cup, feel its warmth in your hands, breathe in the familiar smell, and take a slow, quiet sip. That is enough. That has always been enough. Good night. Sleep well. And may your morning cup, whenever it comes, bring you a moment of peace.